Welcome everyone to the WGT Virtual Ryder Cup. My name is Sebdot, and along with me is my good pal Colin. We are here in the same place to be able to cast this wonderful US versus Europe tournament. How you feeling, man?
I'm feeling great. You know, it's just such a great idea to just be sitting right next to you, commentating some WGT today. I couldn't be more grateful for the opportunity, and I'm really excited to see the first ever Virtual Ryder Cup, where we get to see USA versus Europe and possibly a different outcome than what we got a couple weeks ago in Bethpage Black. But that's going to be to be determined on what the day brings us. Yeah,
it's as real as you can get. You mentioned the course. This is a hyper-realistic course, and I've been playing it. I have been playing it in the game. It is a hard course, not just in real life, but also in the game. These players are going to be challenged, and we will see if it will be the same results as we saw in the real Ryder Cup. But for the time being, why don't you walk us through the format and how our tournament's going to be working this evening?
Yeah, I'm excited for this one. As we've kind of hinted towards this being a Virtual Ryder Cup, we have USA heading versus Europe with 10 players from each teams taking to Bethpage Black in what is going to be a very triumphant battle, I can only assume. And when we're looking towards these two teams, it starts off with an alternate shot match with player number 7 and 10 from each country matching up against each other to kick things off. Then we head into our second alternate shot match with 8 versus 9. After that, we're going to be looking towards match play to finish off the day with players 1 through 6 going head to head to see who is going to be the best country for the Virtual Ryder Cup.
Yeah, and each of these teams had to play through qualification to get here, be seeded into the way that they are now to figure out their matchup. Of course, the winning team will receive a higher split of the $5,000 purse. But along with that, even money aside, it's the glory and the bragging rights of being able to represent your region in the world stage and to prove that your country or your continent is the best.
And for a lot of these players, those bragging rights will go a long way. So the pressure is on to see who's the best.
Yes, so let's take a look at our players and see who will be competing on each side. On the left, you will be seeing our team USA, and on the right, you'll be seeing our team Europe. We'll be kicking things off with our 2 alternate shot matches with, of course, Tommy D141 and Old Blighty 1965 versus Susie 919 and Gabriel 1980. And then along after that, it's just banger match after banger match.
A lot of people from Team USA should be looking at this second alternate shot with Primer Lance coming in as an alternate for USA. That is going to be a big one to see if you can get to a hot start if you're Team USA, where Team Europe should be feeling good in those matches to start to pull ahead, as we saw in the Ryder Cup just a few weeks ago. A lot of people are going to be having their eyes on the board down towards the middle portion with Jay Smithers and Gerhard J1, the 2 captains from either team going head to head. That should be a major turning point in what the standings will look like. And then towards the bottom, some of the best players we have for either team respectively, with our second last match for Europe, F Magnets, and for our last match for USA, Young 46. Some big games to close out today's matchup for the WGT Virtual Ryder Cup. This is going to be a fun one, and I have no expectations on who's going to take this win at the end of it. I just know it's going to be a close match.
It's going to be really close because unlike the real Ryder Cup, where it's spread out across 3 days, a lot of the time, as we've seen in previous years, sometimes by the end of Saturday, it's over, right? However, we're doing this all in one day, where I would say the talent level is just like banger after banger, a lot more equal. Generally, the seating is really nice. And because of that, I expect it's going to be a pretty close affair. I think we're going to see a lot of matches that are going to be pretty close. It might even come down to that last match play in Young 46 versus Allison.
I think for both of these two, it's really going to be down to who's going to kick things off with that alternate shot matches. That's going to be a big one for the Ryder Cup.
Yeah.
When you get into the match play, you're going to have a lot of confidence in some of these players to have that just go get them attitude for that one-on-one. It's a lot less to worry about when you're switching things up from shot to shot, and that's where your comfort zone is going to be at for a lot of these players. So whether you're Team USA or Team Europe, I think these first 2 matches are going to be crucial.
So I'm very interested to see in terms of where we'll see the initial lead come through. Like you mentioned, getting that early lead in the order of play will actually be a huge determining factor. Mental is a big part of that for this game. We're going to be kicking things off with Tommy D141 and Old Blighty 1965, who, fun fact, actually go to the same country club.
Virtually into the same country code for these two. And when we talk about having that comfort zone for something like an alternate shot matchup, I don't think the synergy gets any better than that. So for these 2 players for Team USA, if you can get off and kind of showcase that synergy real early, I think for Susie 919 and Gabriel 1980, that's going to be a really tough thing to overcome for the 2 of them, to see how fast that they can gel throughout the start of this Virtual Ryder Cup. Again, very crucial to get off to a quick start here. You don't want to be putting all your eggs into the basket of your strengths in terms of this match play. So that's going to be where you're kind of looking at the separation early.
Yeah, and following that will be our second match in Bradley 5490 and Primer Lance versus Andivo and Robbie 9901. Interesting. I'm wondering, I'm very curious as far as like some of the name decisions. Really cool to see. Susie 919 actually also very briefly will mention, also Canadian, which is cool. However, I think the fact that Europe is bringing in a wide array of talent for their team, Young 46 being the prime candidate for the US team, but for Europe, lots of diverse talent here that we have, both in skill level and of course for ability. Coming into Bethpage Black is going to be hard. It's a course that tests you. I've been grinding this course myself, both in the sim for real life, but also for WGT as well. And make no mistake, it is a hard course. There are key holes that really need to be focused on. Hole 13 is a particular half. The whole back 9 can be really hard. It is a very difficult course to play through.
It is very difficult, and I think for a lot of these players, and for what you and I will be paying attention to, a lot of it's going to come down to those par 3s to see who is going to be able to stick the green, kind of avoid recovery shots, make sure that you're putting yourself in good
putts
kind of standing to have an easy putt for birdie on those par 3s. I'm sure that's where you will be punished most of the time, whether you're USA or Europe. Aside from that, I think for Bethpage Black, when you're kind of unfamiliar with this, you're looking towards these players to be very accurate, especially off the tee block.
Yep.
Lots of narrow fairways, lots of bunkers, going to be guarding those target positions or guarding the approach shots towards the green, and not to mention the green itself in WGT, especially a course like this. It's going to be very difficult for those long putts, so your target should be close to the pin as best as you can make it.
Yeah, no, I think especially off the drivers, like you can look even in the stats for each of these players, all of them have incredible driving accuracy. You will rarely ever see one hit the rough because of just how clean and efficient they are at the game. It's going to be those pitches and chips and really approaches that are going to be pivotal, especially in Bethpage Black, where a lot of the greens can be sort of complex. They can be very punishing to someone who isn't as familiar. A lot of steep inclines that if you go one putt wrong, you'll find yourself back in the fairway or potentially in a bunker, which we even saw during the actual Ryder Cup.
Yeah.
So it is going to be a really interesting one. But as far as our matches, how are you feeling about it?
I'm feeling good. I mean, I was paying attention to a couple of the players throughout the week in terms of what kind of scores they were posting on this course itself. I was seeing a lot of averages in the low 50s, so that has me excited for how competitive it's going to be towards the match play when you're looking at those head-to-heads. Aside from that, I think for just in general, having two countries, some different representation in WGT playing for that kind of glory, the pride of being the best in our Virtual Ryder Cup, it really leaves nothing more to be desired, because everybody's going to be coming out here, giving it their all and showing how well they are at this game, especially considering this is the first time that we're seeing WGT back in a tournament format for quite a while. So that also adds a little bit more pressure to these players to really show up and show what they've been working on between tournaments.
Yeah, and so as you'll see here, we have our second alternate match loaded up first with kicking us off on hole 1. You'll see that some of the players will have a timer, 60 seconds. That's a beautiful land on the fairway from Bradley. Remember, alternate shots going back and forth for each one. Diva will be taking out, I think we might be switched. No, yeah, okay, we're good. Currently, European side going up first.
And we see it for this hole 1, par 4, 430 yards, going for the approach shot. Very narrow green. It is sloped front to back, so you're kind of aiming to play low for a little bit of a run-up approach already in that, targeting towards the right with the wind 7 miles per hour to the left.
Beauty.
So right away,
Beauty.
What a tuck-in for a close putt.
And you'll see even in the game, having the little borderline flash means you got a great shot. It's been an interesting point to see. Callaway wedge coming out for this one on the Callaway 1 ball. Going to see where a primer can net for this one. Is it going to be? That's a good shot as well. Where's the approach? That's even better.
Even tighter to the pin, lob wedge. So now we get into the putts early on. This is what we're talking about for alternate shot. As long as you're teeing up your teammate to have those close putts, you play for that early birdie. You play for that chance to either come ahead to start off this match or start in what seems to be a tie, but right there, looks like they're just leaving it in for what should be an easy start to the day.
Easy start. Both clean in the first hole. And Devo will take the drive in hole 2. Not as hard of a drive as some of the other ones you'll see, but a slight bend around the tree line, which I don't think they'll have a problem with at all. Actually, they're just going to try and smash right through it.
Curving the tee is important here. Open the fairway for your approach. The green is perched up on a ridge, so
wow,
you want to make sure that you're bending just like this with a good shot in to that fairway, leaving really everything open for that second shot approach.
See the North American side take their shot. Just momentarily. Love the shoes, by the way. Whew, those are heat. Also, everyone riding the Ryder Cup outfit for this one, both the EU and North American side. Also, great setup on the fairway. Robbie will be taking his shot for the European side. See how close he can get on the approach for this second hole. 9 to 11 miles an hour. Gonna have to angle this one. See how that green slopes in.
You're also shooting uphill, so that's going to leave you a little bit more to shoot for in terms of power off the shot. Lob wedge is the choice for Robbie 9901. Let's see how that approach is going to be, as it is going to be a sharp green to the left.
I just realized, I think, oh no, mine's the 58, but I have the same wedge right next to me right now. We'll see how close this gets. Actually uses the bounce, going to be able to get the roll.
Almost a hole out on hole 2 from Robbie 9901. What a start to the day that would have been. For our Europeans.
Calculated. Now we get to see how the European side is going to be able to calculate their approach, trying to use the slope and go for a bit of a roll in.
That is a very aggressive pin.
Sand wedge too.
Not going to be easy to leave it close to the hole.
Okay. No spin on this one, but going to go for almost a full shot. Probably going for about 73 on the carry. If they can. This might be close. That's a bit further, I think, than they wanted. I think especially after wasn't able to get the ding. If they did, they could have gotten a better approach, but they'll be taking the closer putt.
It's just a really tough pin placement in terms of how aggressive you need to be towards it. If you go for the run up, it is going to leave you a little bit short, as we see here. A putt right to left.
I believe this will be the North American side, or the US side, Primer Lance. Gonna just try and calculate the shot, but either way, what a great start
For both of
to
these teams.
to this championship, yeah. Beautiful. Managing the wind well too.
Putt for birdie.
Got to be careful in this one.
And again, in the rules, for all those who may be unfamiliar, 60-second shot clock is what we're looking at throughout the day. So keep the ball rolling, keep the game going. As it is going to take a little bit to line up these putts, especially on these difficult greens. Here we go.
All the time they need. Will it break too hard? Yes. Oh, unfortunate. Devo. We'll see. Will this be the first lead here for the European side? Long hole, 15 feet.
Left to right.
Break doesn't seem to be too harsh, but it is a bit of an incline. Gonna take all the time they need. This is what I love about this game, to be honest, is being able to calculate your putts like this, just going so deep and methodical, figuring out.
And it looks like he is just targeting it left to the pin, just outside the hole. With that incline, you're going to put some power on it. That's going to take away from a little bit of the break.
Needs to. Oh, unlucky on both ends. So we will remain tied for this one.
And yeah, putt going to concede for both sides. Par for both USA and Europe. That leaves us tied after 2 holes for our technically second slotted alternate shot matchup for our opening of the Virtual Ryder Cup. Sab, both of these two teams are playing fantastic. We can see it in the 2 box now for Europe. We got Susie 919 and Gabriel 1980 on the left side. Tommy D4 141 and Old Blighty 1965. Starting off now, they're actually going to be deep, at least in the second hole.
Yep.
So we get to join them on their approach shots.
We're going to be seeing basically the repeat of what you just saw, but how will this first alt shot fare? That's a beautiful approach. Actually gets a good spin on it. This is actually a better approach than our previous match that we saw. But now it'll come down to the putt. I think they're going to concede. Nope, they're going to go for it. A lot could go wrong here, especially we've seen that this break can be a little bit tricky. But you're much closer, so you should have a decent time with it.
Early mind games. If you sink this putt, that's going to put some pressure on now for a European side. As we just got to witness what could have been a lead for Europe in our second slotted alternate shot matchup, both ending in a par right away.
Yeah.
USA, they drain it for birdie on hole 2. And here's the chance for USA if Europe misses this putt.
Oh, I imagine the trash talk in chat is already going to go crazy. 4-foot putt. Europe need to get it. This won't be a problem at all. Right? Yes, we'll be fine. Gonna go for 2 birdies into hole 3. So we will see. I think hole 3, this is where things can get a bit tricky. Gotta be particularly careful in your approach. Europe will be going first on this end.
This is going to be our first par 3 of
219
the
though.
Course. A longer par 3 for sure, but this is where we kind of start talking about where you want to stick the green in these moments. You want to start off with kind of avoiding recovery shots in any matter.
219. Gotta send it deep. Seconds.
This is going to be a moment for both teams to see how they're going to showcase their efforts on these shorter holes.
Again, is this going to be short? It might. No, actually, that's going to be right on. A bit further out, I think, than they wanted, but Going to be able to manage fine. Using the rogue iron for this one. 219, Team US. Old Blighty. Old Blighty is such an English name, though. I mean, like... Old Blighty. 1965. Sorry. Can't do that.
You have to appreciate it, though. You have to appreciate it.
My English accent is terrible. Never let me do it again, but it will happen. Just imagine if this was a European course.
Nope. Just miles away from good old New York City.
New York. Or is it Long Island? No.
Well, this is Long Island.
Huh. Using all the time needed, Old Blighty will go the full 60 seconds, right? Right? No?
Here we are.
Is your shot. Oh.
For USA, it's going to be a little bit more
Deep.
of a deep putt than what we get to see from our European side. This is going to put some pressure on for Tommy to see if you can sink this for birdie. You would imagine that for our Europeans, it should be a fairly simple putt in for bird.
Mm-hmm.
So this is an important moment. You can see that Tommy's going to take all the time that he needs to line up this putt to secure the hole.
Trying to work out all the angles. And a 15-foot putt. Each team fighting for that first lead. Remember, for birdie. 30 seconds ahead of us. Bit of an incline to work with. Taking their time. Tommy D. Finally go for it. Has to go pretty hard for this one. Try and fight back against it. And are they close? Just a touch wide. You can even see he's whacking his cursor around. He knows he messed up. Wanted to nail this one.
And this is a moment for Europe. It's not a give me by any means at all. But it is a chance for them to take a lead in this match for our opening alternate shot between USA and Europe. So for Gabriel, you have a lot of time to line this one up to secure the hole. A big moment it would be for Europe. A second opportunity that we've had from Team Europe as well already today. So USA, they got to sharpen up their putts, because you do not want to give too many of these chances away.
Gonna try and play for the break. It is a bit harsh, especially as ball will get closer. The incline's gonna hit just a touch harder. Gonna finally go for it. 10.5 feet for the lead. Can you get the ding? Not gonna be able to get the ding. Is it gonna break enough? Is it gonna break enough? It will! Europe will be able to secure the first lead here for the Virtual Ryder Cup.
That's a big moment for Europe, and a lovely putt in for birdie on our opening par 3 of Bethpage Black. For Susie 919, first ever appearance on live stream for the WGT, and with teammate Gabriel 1980 kind of alleviating a little bit of that pressure for that opening live stream appearance. That's going to really open up some possible damage now for Europe to do in this matchup versus USA. The ding.
The ding. Gabriel going to try and land in this pocket, and will do so. Perfect placement. Beauty of a setup, but this is a long hole. We'll see if the North Americans or the US can match. I keep on saying North Americans. This is, you know, can't really include us in that.
We cannot. As you know, some might know, sit here and assume that we got biased in the pool, but fortunately enough for us, we're Canadians.
Yes.
So we don't have a foot in the race right now.
Unbiased commentary, completely. Check the Twitter bio. It literally says no bias.
For hole 4, we're looking at a par 5, 517 yards. So our first par 5 of Bethpage Black. With this, definitely a look at possible eagle for both of these two teams, that's what you're going to be looking at. Beautiful hole with options too. So this is definitely something that you can approach in a conservative way to reach that green, or you can attack it on this approach shot, which I assume we're going to be seeing these players do.
Yeah. The bunker is basically covering a good portion of it. Either play smart golf or long golf.
When you do attack this green, it slopes front to back, so you want to make sure that with what looks like a pretty close pin to that guarding bunker, that's going to be a different or a difficult layup for a run on. So possibly look at maybe putting a little bit of spin on the ball, see if you can stop the approach dead in its tracks. But here we see it for the second. It is aggressive, and that is going to be a tough recovery from the back.
Another chance for a decent leg up here for the European side. Susie, will you be able to? Everything is in your hands right now. I'm sure the US side kind of kicking themselves at the moment. Take their time for this shot, especially now that your opponent's messed up. Need to be able to plan the shot out.
175 yards from the pin. Forward win. If you don't take that into account, you're definitely looking at possibly sailing that green like we just saw from USA. But for Susie, this is another chance at possibly putting yourself even further away from USA in the lead.
I smell a banger. Oh, is that also a bit far? Yeah, both are going to have to deal with it from the far end of the green. Now, who's going to get the better chip?
You can see for the green, with that slight slope back towards you,
Flag stick removed.
you're going to be looking at chipping this up close to the pin, using that small slight right to left to see if you can drop it right in the hole for eagle.
Tommy D's calculating this one. I think he knows what he wants. Go for it here. Try and get the chip. Does get the chip. How close? Just a bit short.
And it's difficult for the bounce. At a very aggressive bounce to the left. Leaves you about a couple feet away for that putt. Should be a good putt for birdie. If you can hole out here from Gabriel, another chance to take the lead even further to 2 up.
Go for the punch shot here. Playing for the break. 64 and C. I think go for the roll. This is going to be a bit of a hard one. Especially, I mean, at this point, you're either playing for a tie on the hole or for the lead. That's a lot of spin.
Either way, we're looking at most likely Europe still in the lead at the end of hole 4. Another ding.
And that's just a touch further.
Very similar in shots. I had a feeling with where that lineup was planted, but a little bit further away for Susie. And this putt.
Concede, or are they going to go for it?
Looks like it is going to be a putt played.
That's a nice putter, by the way.
A little bit left to right, and that, easy birdie coming out for Susie. So for Old Blighty, imagine it's going to be a conceded putt.
Yep.
That is a close putt. Should have been a nail for USA to tie that hole, and it is going to remain 1 up for Europe after 4 holes. So heading into hole 5, par 4, 478 yards. Very long for a par 4. Not the longest we'll see today, as we have multiple over 500-yard par 4s to be looking at. But this is one of the toughest holes that we're going to be looking at early on.
Great drive right over that bunker. A really large bunker to have to deal with, and especially if you're going to go over it all. To get over it, entire hole just opens up. It's going to be that green. You got to look at the bunkers around the green. Let's take a look at how things are shaping up right now in the overall competition. As we've seen, both of the European side able to do some damage. Currently, Devo and Robbie and Bradley and Primer Lance, still tied after 6 holes in. Yet in our first alternate match of the day, a current 1-hole lead.
It all really comes down to that par 3, the opening key hole for Bethpage Black. Now we're looking at just a little bit of a loose approach onto that green from USA, and it leaves Europe in the lead for our second one that we started off with, tied still for Europe. That's going to be exciting to see if somebody can kind of pull ahead, but we are going to jump in with the second alternate match that is still going on. A hole ahead here on hole 6 with 71 yards from the pin. Aggressive winds left to right. So we can see if Robbie can stick this green, leave it close for...
Robbie actually getting on the rough here.
What could be a birdie putt.
Rough just adds so much character to this shot you have to deal with, especially with these 2 bunkers surrounding the green. You got to be very careful. There we go. That looks like it could be all right.
A decent putt for birdie. Let's see what Bradley can do for USA. The approach shot, shorter in terms of what you're looking at. A lot more open as well since you landed the fairway. So 62 yards to the pin. Again, that aggressive left to right wind is going to leave you most likely aiming quite a distance from that. We can see with the setup from Bradley, can he put this between Europe and the pin to secure an easy birdie?
Didn't get the approach on this one. A little bit of a miss, but might actually work in their favor. Quite close. Beautiful shot here from Bradley. Great for the North American side, and now it will be on Andevo if he can keep Europe in the race for this hole. Gonna go for birdie.
Couldn't ask for a better shot from Bradley. Big putt for Europe. If you miss this, then surely you'd expect USA to take the lead in this alternate shot match. Would be a big moment considering your counterparts are down in our first alternate match. Putt outside to the right, and that is perfect from Andevo to secure that birdie and most likely tie this hole.
Really needed that to keep it in this one. But conceded, despite even just the better approach, and honestly a great save as well. Coming in a bit wide on the fairway in the rough. Being able to recover fantastically. We'll see this shot from Susie, not able to compensate enough for the break. We got both matches on your screen right now. On the right, we'll see Robbie and Devo versus Bradley and Primer Lance. On the left, you'll see Susie.
This is Old Blighty putting for tying up the series between USA and Europe in our alternate match 1. After that miss from Susie, a big opportunity for USA, and it looks like he has it lined up. Still a few more seconds. No need to rush for Old Blighty, but this would be big for USA.
Drive off for a second match, but Old Blighty taking their time. Taking as much time as they need. It doesn't matter how short it is. It needs to be perfect to tie up this match. Now for our second match, again, just slowly progressing as is. Gonna go for the far end of the fairway. That's also a miss from Old Blighty. Tricky hole indeed. Tricky putt from both these teams. Both will concede, I imagine.
That's a difficult putt to make on hole 5. but it is one for USA that you might be kind of kicking yourself for. A chance to tie up that series. Still Europe leading 1 hole. Heading into hole 6 between the two in our alternate match 2 on hole 7, par 4. You got a Devo 227 from the pin. Diagonal left to right into the wind is what you're shooting.
Got to be careful with match 1, the 2 bunkers. Won't have a problem, especially if they got that carry for it. They do. Beautiful.
And this is something over on our alternate match 2 that we have to look out for, these long 3-wood shots where it's noted that a lot of players find this club to be inconsistent. So when you're looking to be aggressive for the approach, try to stick that green in 2. Let's see if Indivo can do it.
It's going to be a nice squeeze. Just going to be able to get on a bit further than they want, but honestly, considering the placement, that's probably one of the best you can ask for.
It's going to put some pressure onto our alternate for USA, Primer Lance. See if you can follow this up. You stick the green, you have a chance for a birdie putt as well. You miss it and force yourself into a recovery. That's a situation where now in both matches, Europe could be leading.
Yep. But also take a look at match 1 as well. On hole 6, looking for the approach. Can be pretty hard, especially from this distance. Both going to take their shot. We'll see. North America, US versus Europe. Who will end up better? That's actually a fantastic approach from Susie. Beautifully done. And this will be a long putt in our second match from Robbie.
You can see the ball just in between. So Primer Lance was able to stick the green on that second shot. A lot easier for USA in that putt. Still both going to be quite difficult, as it looks like it is going to be a downhill putt. So how do you shape this one up? As over to alternate match 1, it's Old Blighty trying to follow up that beautiful shot from Susie.
And that's going to be a hard act to follow. Old Blighty probably wanting a run back after that missed putt in the previous hole. Just wants to get a bit better. Have that chance to put the US in the lead. Both taking their time, though. 10 seconds left. Gotta be careful with this one. Last second will wind down. Old Blighty gonna take his shot. See the... Oh my goodness! Insane from Old Blighty. About an inch away from the hole. Was completely dropped in. Robbie taking his time on his own putt. Realizing this will be a long putt. I believe he took a timeout for this one. But look at that approach.
That is beautiful. And that's something that you need right there, as both of these two teams have been respectfully putting out for these difficult ones. And for Gabriel, this is a must-sink putt to retain that lead.
Suddenly the pressure is on Gabriel. That will be a sunken putt. Birdie.
Robbie.
No.
It's as close as you'd like to leave it, at least to secure par, but it does give an opportunity now for USA to take a lead in our alternate match 2. Seb, not an easy putt, as you can see, downhill left to right, small left to right, not too much, but as you saw there with the distance.
I mean, your best case scenario is if you're able to keep it at least close enough for that second putt. Obviously, you want to go for the birdie for the lead here, but considering the distance, I mean, there's a chance he absolutely could get this birdie. It was really the European side that kind of hampered themselves by getting such a far distance. Susie going to take her drive.
Let's see this putt for the lead. And it
Banger.
Catches the lip and drops in for a birdie. USA leading in the alternate match 2 by 1. Europe leading in the alternate match 1, also by 1.
Tied standings overall. Both teams able to get a lead of their own. This is what we knew. We knew that these alternate matches were going to be tight. Now, we still got the back 9 to play through, which will be incredibly hard. But for the time being, both teams, hole 7, hole 8, respectively.
As we head into hole 7 for our match 1, this is where we got to see that long par 4, 525 yards, one of our key holes of Bethpage Black, showcasing what is a very tough approach shot with either the 3-wood or your long irons. It was difficult for both players to hit that putt, but for USA, it is what gave them that lead over in match 2.
Oh my goodness, beautiful shot from Lance here.
You know what would make this even better today? A par 3 ace.
I'd be down for it. You'd be down for it? I'd be down for it.
I mean, whether it's Europe or USA, that would be quite the moment in our first ever Virtual Ryder Cup.
A lot to play for, though. That's a ding on alt match 1 for Tommy D. Tries to go in, actually gets on, but it's a bit more distance. I think they were expecting the incline to really work a bit more in their favor. Now, on alt match 2, Andivo will take his shot on the par 3 and a great approach.
Both of these two looking to secure this birdie on the par 3, and you can see for USA with that lovely approach off the tee block. Shouldn't be too difficult of a putt. Not even that much of a difference left to right, but it is going to still be something to consider for the uphill incline in terms of power, but not too much consideration to take. Pretty simple putt.
Yep.
And that should be a birdie for USA to possibly retain this lead, maybe even further it.
Clean putt. Now it's on Robbie, who already had the pressure ahead of him in the previous hole. Just needs to calm himself, get this one sorted, get this one calculated. Match 1 will be going for the approach here, a bit further out for Gabriel, but not as far. Well, Susie's just got the chip.
If you don't chip this one in, you leave it a little short. That gives USA a chance to tie up that series on match 1 with the birdie putt, even though it's long. As we saw from USA in our match 2, it's not impossible.
Yeah, this putt for Robbie really needs to work out in his favor. And this is where you can see an extended lead for the US side. You don't want it at all. Susie taking her time. This chip, great putt from Robbie. Keeps things close. Beautifully done. Now Susie having to go for the approach here. Hopefully just sink it. See, can you compensate enough? It's not far enough. Susie would have loved to have had that, but it was still incredibly well done. But now will be on old Blighty. A chance to sink it and even things up.
You couldn't ask for a better shot there from Susie, but it does open up for this putt for birdie.
It's hard, man. You gotta do a lot for this hole. Getting that close for chip in would have been beautiful, but now old Blighty, 21-foot putt. Not the easiest in the world.
Well, let's see. 13 seconds on the lineup.
Good drive opening as well. All match 2 for the... Oh, no. Old Blighty so close. Great effort. So I imagine both players will just wrap this one up in hole 7, move on to 8. Meanwhile, match 2. Going to try and get these approaches in hole 9, which can be hard as well. Got a wide fairway to work with, but this green, gotta get the far end.
Okay, so looking for the approach into our 9th hole between our match 2 and Devo. With a shot out, 152 yards. He has been nailing these greens for Europe. Although still down 1, would be great to stick this close to the pin and put some pressure on USA. 8 to 10 miles per hour. Right to left diagonally towards you in the wind, so...
Harpy showing up. Beautiful.
Not bad at all from Devo. So pressure's on for USA for their second shot in match 2. Looking at match 1 as they begin hole 8. This is that par 3 that we saw earlier on. The par 3 separated USA and Europe in this match 1. So can Europe do it again?
Europe taking their shot. It's par 3. Great approach. Decent distance for a putt. That's even better from Primer Lance. What a gorgeous one. This one could actually end up in the Americans' favor. Robbie has to make a good 9-foot putt. Otherwise, this just could go straight to Primer Lance.
Not the most difficult putt that we've seen from these two teams. Still something to consider for Robbie. 1 down. You want to try to retain this tie for this par 3. Long pin placement in our match 1. So a lot of green to work with, although you're looking at that wind to be the issue. Very aggressive wind left to right.
10 to 12. Even get a slight push. This could actually work out, but a bit further out. Considering the circumstances, not terrible. As they say in that one HBO series, not great, not terrible.
Not great, not terrible. Leaves you a long putt, though, for birdie.
Bradley gonna be able to wrap this one up. What a great putt for Robbie, though. Needed to get this one to keep it even. Robbie, considering, you know, he missed his 1 putt, which allowed the U.S. to get a lead in alt match 2. The fact that every single time he's been further away for a putt, he's been able to clutch it out every time, showcased a pretty good comeback potential for him. Just clutch factor. Hole 10 for alt match 2 kicking off. Meanwhile, alt match 1, decent distance from the holes. This could go either way.
Yeah, heading into the back 9 for alt match 2. USA feeling good with that Primer Lance putt that gave them the lead. Sticking the fairway on hole 10. Starting off strong for the back 9.
Well, Blighty took a timeout for that one.
A little bit more consideration on match 1 from both of these two for the putts, as again, when you look towards these par 3s, like I said, this is the separation from teams that you would expect with how crucial it is to find a birdie on these holes. You do not want to be too down heading into potentially the back 9 of Bethpage Black, and that putt is wide from old Blighty. So this is an opportunity for Susie to sink it.
Do you sink it, Susie?
For a 2-hole lead.
She's been pretty clutch so far, been able to get great approaches, but this will be your chance to secure an even deeper lead for the Europeans here. Meanwhile, Robbie lining up his shot in match 2. Susie Taking your time. Rough attempt from the Americans, though. Needed that one. I mean, listen, it was a far hole. I'm not expecting them to be able to secure every single far putt like that, but that's where sometimes these approaches can really matter most. It's going to be the putt for Susie, who's going to be able to sink it for the birdie. And on match 2, Robbie with a great approach himself, coming into his own.
2 up for Europe. Heading into hole 9 of the front 9 of Bethpage Black. Feeling good on alternate match 1. Still a close one on alternate match 2 as we look towards the approach shots for USA. Bradley, 190 yards into the wind. And for hole 10, this is definitely something that you want to stick that green. You do not want to get caught in those bunkers guarding both sides.
Great drive from Susie in first match as well, but all eyes on to Bradley for this approach. I don't know if he's going to get the carry he likes. Yep, and it's a bit too wide. The wind doesn't compensate enough for it.
It's a massive green. It's not hard to miss.
Yeah.
It just leaves you a little bit of distance for this putt now for Primer Lance, who was ice cold a few holes ago to take that advantage for USA.
I mean, this is all on Primer Lance right now.
20-footer. It looks like it dips down a little bit right away, so this might take a little bit of time for Primer Lance to line up. Wouldn't fault him or a possible timeout if you're not too confident, but with how this alternate has been playing for USA, I can feel the confidence from this putt.
Yeah, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. We are feeling it, but it's not enough. That was so close. So Andivo has the chance here for birdie. 5 foot, but the easiest in the world.
Chance to tie up this series on match 2.
Great for the Europeans if they're able to here.
Especially considering you have Susie and Gabriel absolutely lighting it up in match 1.
Watch this from Tommy D. Great.
And I like the approach that I'm seeing too from a lot of these players into it. For a lot of people that might not be familiar with WGT, you put backspin onto the shot, and that's going to avoid a little bit of the rolling that you normally get for these shots. It leaves you close to the pin for those second ones, and
Beautiful.
there you have it in match 2. And Devo sinks the putt to tie things up even heading into hole 11.
We knew that we had 2 conditions going into today. Either the alt matches were going to get out of control and leads would go crazy, and it would have to be on the single matches to get the comes back. But now it might all be coming down to the single matches, which will be later on today. Gabriel taking their shot. Beautiful from Gabriel. We thought that the US side would have no problem at all, but how the Europeans managed puts the US on the back foot.
This is giving me a little bit of nostalgia from a few weeks ago with the way that Europe is playing. I mean, always leaving themselves short putts. Nothing too complicated to worry about for Europe. For USA, another really important putt from Old Blighty. 9 foot.
Nico was like in the chat, no need to putt, just hold out.
Just hold out.
Just hold out, bud.
That's what we're waiting for. I'm waiting for that ace across the day. Lots of golf.
Yeah.
Lots of golf to give us that hole-in-one.
When we get to our top ranked players, we're going to see some crazy shots, no doubt. Not saying these guys are very capable, obviously, but we have some really solid players coming down who are going to be going head to head. We're going to see some wild shots.
There's some good ones to watch out for. Have you ever shot a hole-in-one?
I have not, because the courses that I go on are stupid hard for whatever reason. I have to shoot in the sun. I have gotten almost 170 foot hole out, which would have been amazing.
It would have been.
It would have been, but I didn't film it. Fortunate.
Well, big approach shot for Primer Lance in match 2. As you can see that the conceding on match 1 is going to give 3 up for Europe.
Whew.
In our beginning alternate match for today's Virtual Ryder Cup, you look over towards now what is a really important game for USA here on match 2 as Europe pulls ahead.
It's not bad. It's not bad at all.
Pretty even on both sides for the putt. 2 different looks.
I think Bradley might have an easier time. No, actually, this might be... They have to compensate for the break a bit more. On match 1, on hole 10. Gonna try and play a bit for the win to get more center fairway. Slam this one out. Bang. Tommy D. Great placement. Exactly what they wanted. Match 2. Bradley taking his time. I think this is where the sweat is starting to get to the US side of it. This is where, in these alt matches, a single missed putt can really snowball, especially in a course like Bethpage. Putt coming through, just barely able to fall in. Birdie here. Now it'll be on Robbie.
Can he sink it? 7 feet. Looks like it's going to be a little bit left to right. Shouldn't be too much of a lead, though.
Just hold out. Match 1, just hold out, guys. Just sink it, man. Give us something to pop off at.
There's been a lot of good pop-off moments, especially with how close these approach shots have been left to the pin from Europe between Gabriel and Susie. I look towards Old Blighty and, you know, really the rest of USA from what we've been seeing to give themselves a little bit less pressure on these putts, but that is a tough one from Old Blighty on the fringe, fair distance from the hole.
Trying to deal with the head-on wind. But I don't think it was as hard as they were expecting. Robbie doesn't get the putt. That means Team US will take this hole. Rough affair for Robbie, who was playing decently, but just moment when it came down to the putt, that's where the clutch factor needed to come in, and it fell apart. Now Susie needs to get this approach. See where it's coming up. This might be all right. It's a bit wide. It's a bit wide, so it's going to be both playing from a distance, but this is from the fringe. I think this is insane.
I'd take that all day compared to this. This is very aggressive in terms of the slope, right to left, and you're shooting downhill, so you have to accommodate for the speed and pace that you're going to be hitting this ball.
That's the thing about Bethpage Black, is these greens are deceptively tricky, especially if you get on the far end.
I wouldn't hate this, and a lot easier to control the chip than it would be this putt from a distance, so a little bit of spin on it, aim a little bit outside to the right. Try to give yourself a good chance for par.
Oh, it actually nicked the rim, which is why I took that steep turn. Shake of the mouse. So now, Gabriel, can you be clutch here? It's going to be close.
Another opportunity to further this lead for Europe.
Match 2. I believe, if I'm correct in saying, I think the US have the lead here. Or it might be tied. Oh yeah, the US do indeed have their lead here.
That's been a battle. Match 2 has been quite the battle for both teams. I've been very impressed with the putting from Robbie but Endivo as well has just been leaving so many great shots off that approach. That one's a little bit loose.
Yeah.
Still not too difficult of a putt, as you can see from the overhead. But for USA and Bradley
putt
and
coming in from Gabriel, that's not in either. That was the chance to further extend that lead. But already 3 up, 3 down for the European side. I mean, they're kind of waltzing in right now. They're just going to this back 9, head up high, not care in the world. Where are we right now? Long Island.
not too far from home.
Yeah.
So now for this consideration as you're lining up your putts over in match 1.
Nice dang. Oh, Bradley! Oh my goodness!
Almost.
Oh,
The hole out
oh.
to take you to a 2-hole lead for USA. What a moment that would have been for Bradley. Beautiful shot off the irons. And you can see on match 1, as we close out those putts, Europe leading 4 holes.
Goodness gracious, Bradley. Send me to a cardiologist. Gotta get my heart checked out, man. Endivo, excuse me, will be able to try and make this a bit more even. Still going for the birdie. Great drive in the alt match 1. Endivo knows the risk here, needs to dial it in. Kind of zooming through the course right now. It really feels like we're just going one hole after another, and you're seeing such a historic course being played. Putt comes through. That will be sunken in. Birdie here for Endivo.
That's a great read from right to left. Easy tap in from that monstrous shot out of Bradley for birdie, as it stays a retained 1-hole lead for USA over on the right of our screen.
But
match 1.
It's getting extended, man.
Sab, we need to see USA start to close this lead soon. 11th hole, you're looking at your approach shot, and the only thing I can really say for them is it really comes down to these approach shots. Just too many long putts in comparison to Gabriel and Susie, who have been on fire to open up for our European team.
Yeah. It's not as if the putting has been, terrible by any means.
No.
From the U.S. side, but it's just these approaches. They're just having a hard time. I think they're trying to compensate too much for the wind, and they're not getting as close as they'd like to.
This is another difficult green as well, so you don't want to leave this long on hole 11.
Oh, yeah.
And we saw this is where USA was able to take their lead for match 2 as Gabriel. That is one desirable shot for the approach. An easy tap in. More pressure to worry about for our Europeans, or for our Americans.
Yes. See, on match 2, we're actually in hole 13, one of the most challenging holes we have. 600 yards for par 5. And for a match that is as close as this might be a bit of a swing for whoever gets it.
Let's see it, Tommy.
Okay. Bit of a push. We'll see how close you can get. Not to be able to get the roll, but it's still good placement.
That's one thing you just pay attention to for a lot of these players. For those at home who don't know, you see the heartbeat or you hear the heartbeat on your screen, and you know
Gotta be a good shot.
That's a good shot to play off of. So you can't.
We're just types in chat. Good shot, brother. Everyone knows. Good shot, brother. It's great.
Can't be too upset with this one if you're Tommy. So Old Blighty looking to put it away for birdie. Keep this one down by 4.
Now this is going to be pretty interesting. These lob wedges coming out here for alt match 2. Don't get to see it too much, at least from this end of the fairway. Usually it's just halfway across the fairway. Second shot going straight for green, but because this hole is so big.
With the third shot here for lob wedge on Robbie, you want to put this one close for the par 5. Longest hole on Bethpage Black. So it is an eagleable one, but very conservative play from Europe, who just don't want to make mistakes down one hole. Control it, get it close to the pin, secure that birdie, give yourself a chance.
Meanwhile, okay. Heartbeat coming in. This could be quite close. That is beautiful from Robbie. Just an inch away from the pin. Again, just hold out.
Just hole out here for Bradley, and that's going to put yourself up by 2. But third shot for USA. Bradley on the approach, opting in for the pitching wedge. Possibly might be looking at a little bit of a roll up, leave it a little short with that steep incline that you can see. But no, he's going straight for the hole here. 8 to 10 mile per hour winds left to right on his 36-yard shot. It's not impossible, but he is going to change it out of the punch for the lob in for this. So
I think the Europeans gave him a bit of confidence here.
I don't mind this read at all.
This could be all right. Got the ding. Where are we going? That's beautiful. Beautiful from both players. Well done all around.
And I like that on the par 5s. It's a long hole. You don't want to be too aggressive, because if you go for that aggressive second shot on the approach, you end up in the rough, a really tough chip onto the green. You end up in the bunker, which nobody wants to have happen.
Smart golf.
That's where you're going to be giving up those leads, or at least tying things up in terms of the score. So very conservative there from both players on match 2. Leaves us 1 up for USA, and Susie is absolutely nailing those approach shots for Europe on match 1.
Beautiful work so far out. But yeah, no, you nailed it very well on hole 13. Just breaking it down. Like, you don't want to have to risk these difficult chip shots on hole 13. Just focus on having a better lob wedge attempt. Trying to get on his primer lance. Not going to be great. Again, just a bit wide. It's at this point, it's these margins that are becoming so tight for this match.
I love a good competitive golf match.
Yeah, that's great, man. It's definitely more competitive than what we saw a couple weeks ago.
Well, at least at the beginning.
At the beginning. We still got a full day ahead of us of singles matches.
And for match 2, as we head into hole 14, something to note for those who want to pay attention. Our longest hole is hole 13. Our shortest hole is hole 14 on this par 3. So our beats into sticking that green. Another good shot from Indivo.
We were just talking about it, though. I mean, the main problem with the first match that we have, alt match 1, and the Americans here, is these approaches. You can't afford, when Susie is getting it 5 feet away from the pin, you can't afford to be getting in the rough like that.
No, and that leaves these long putts that are unpredictable for the most part. In that downhill approach, it looks like Tommy has that line up for the ding in the chip on. Does it roll in? It does not. Oh, it does roll out for the hole out into birdie.
Just hole out, brother. Beautiful.
I was looking at the wrong ball.
That is a clutch factor indeed. Doing it from the rough. Beautifully done. Now Bradley has to go for a 17-foot putt. Try and mitigate some damage here.
Outside, big right to left putt. Look at the bend. Nearly.
Good attempt. Good attempt.
That's going to be an easy finish out for Bradley. But now for Robbie, a chance for birdie with this putt. We just saw how sharp that
Nice.
Right to left was for the putt. Can he take back a point and tie up match 2?
Oh man, I would love to see how Susie and Gabriel do in singles. They're both playing fantastic right now. Would love to see it, but we'll see how they tackle hole 13, 605 yards from the tee box. Gonna have to go deep for this one. Robbie also setting up for his own putt for birdie.
Just a few more seconds on this lineup. See what he's got for Europe. And that is fantastic from Robbie to drop it in for birdie.
Great.
That's going to bring us back to even on the right side of our screens for match 2. Europe keeps it close. So we got ourselves a nail biter. 4 up for Europe on the left side.
Down to the last 3 holes for alt match 2. For alt match 1, I mean, hole 13 going to be very difficult, but the way that Susie and Gabriel are shooting, I don't see this as being a challenge. I'm very interested to see how they get their approaches from the bunker.
We saw it from both teams in match 2 that on hole 13, although it's very deceiving with it being a long par 5, you might want to attack that green with the second shot. With those bunkers guarding it, you don't really want to risk it.
Exactly.
So we've been seeing a lot of conservative play from both teams originally. Is that going to be the follow-up here? 3 wood for Gabriel. And the second shot, that's going to be great for the layup approach. That's going to give Susie a great opportunity to chip it close to the pin like we've been seeing again and again. Is this going to be where we see Tommy take out the big guns?
This is the riskiest shot that we've seen probably all day. None of the other players have gone for this shot on hole 13. They recognize that it might be better just to go for the chip than it would be to try and get on. Is he going to think better of it? Is he going to think better of it?
At this point, you want to take those risks. Catch up for a few of those points to see if you can maybe finish strong in the back nine.
That is not, I think, what he wanted, potentially.
Not far off.
We'll see.
And look at that.
Great.
Tommy, USA, sticking the green in 2 on hole 13. Giving themselves a chance for eagle. Actually, that rolled all the way to the rough. Still, opportunity to chip it close in that second shot, but I mean, I respect it from Tommy.
And Diva got a great shot as well, almost a hole in. So it will be Primer Lance trying to get an approach that's anywhere near as good. And Devo, honestly, the European side as well on alt match 2 have just been shooting great, but I think that the Americans here are putting well to compensate for it. It's going to be a shot on way wider, way wider.
And that's what you have to be impressed with between Bradley and Primer Lance, considering that you come into this tournament with an alternate player for USA. Primer Lance, last minute call up to this team. He's been electric so far.
Ooh, great shot from Susie.
So now you got a long putt for Bradley on the right side for USA to try to sink this one for birdie, hopefully retaining a tie. As you can see how close that putt will be for Europe to sink in. This is must sink, and you can see, look how aggressive that slope is from right to left on this putt. That is not going to be an easy read.
Old Blighty looking for something close. Nothing too crazy, but gonna go for the swing. See where it ends up. Nah, quite off the mark. Probably, oh no. That's even all the way on the fairway. I have to go for the birdie attempt from here. Which is gonna be hard. It gives another chance for the Europeans to further extend their lead, but As for hole 15, putts will be conceded across the board. We move on to 16.
One up for Europe now after that was a fantastic approach from the fairway. Chip from the fringe. And even for birdie, that is most likely going to lead to 5-hole lead for Europe in match 1.
Yeah, this hurts. This hurts for sure. You can imagine for the Americans, just nothing really going your way. Having a hard time not only with your approaches at this point, but putting has been struggling. Gabriel just continuously extending that lead along with Susie. Primer taking his drive off the tee box on 16. Meanwhile, on 14, gonna go for this par 3, 173 yards. See, I think Gabriel, I'm pretty I've been so amazed by the approaches and just these iron shots from alt match 1. I have no doubt we're going to be shocked here.
Whether it's Susie or Gabriel, they've been pretty darn close to that pin.
Yeah.
5 holes up, 13 holes through Bethpage Black. Europe starting off strong here in the Virtual Ryder Cup.
6-hole lead right now.
Par 3. Can this be where USA at least takes one back? As Gabriel's going to kick things off.
No way. No
Look
way.
How
no
close
way.
that is to the pin.
My goodness. Incredible. I called it, by the way. Just saying.
It's good enough that you won't even need a morning
Just
coffee.
saying. You know? I like coffee, though.
At least that makes one of us.
Like my coffee, like I like my golf. Really strong and hard because I like strong coffee. I don't know where I'm going with this.
We got our approach shots in for alternate match 2. Middle of the fairway, 146 yards to the pin. And left to right diagonal, 9 to 11 miles per hour winds. That's going to leave for a little bit of a left side lead into the shot. See if you can land it short, bounce it in.
I just realized Andivo got that approach too on a 10 to 12 mile an hour as well.
You can't teach it.
You can't teach that. Can't teach that at all. We're going to go to straight match 2 right now. Focusing on it as we're wrapping up. Hole 16. Getting very close. Only a single lead here for the Europeans. Sorry, I meant to say Gabriel was the one that got that 10 on that approach. Beautiful.
I mean, that should be enough shortly that USA might not even have a chance to come back in that first alternate match. So the pressure is on. The clock is ticking. And with this nail-biter of a match in hole 16 that we have, another set of birdie putts between both teams. And Devo up first.
Beauty. Beauty. I got to highlight. One of the mods said I like my golf the way I like my coffee, tasty and full of beans. I don't know what that means, but
I don't know if I like that.
It's a mod that said it, so
Guess I have to like it. Primer Lance. Not a difficult putt for Indivo. Don't expect this to take too long in the lineup for Primer Lance either, who has been on fire for draining these putts on Team USA. Gave them the lead earlier on. Looking to retain this one-hole difference.
One is putter. Nice putter. Gonna go for it. Sinks it. No problem. Gonna move on to 17. It's getting close. Do the Americans have it in them?
Well, this is where it comes down to the wire as we head to 17. This is going to be the last par 3 of Bethpage Black, and you would immediately think to yourself, with that, this might be the last opportunity for USA to tie things up in this alternate match 2 and potentially keep it at a tie to close out on these alternate shot matches. After seeing how far of a lead that Europe has in match 1, this is very important for Bradley and Primer Lance.
Yep. But look at that par 3. Completely surrounded by bunkers. I mean, listen, approach shots generally haven't been too hard for these two teams. But 8 to 10 mile an hour wind, 194 yards.
It's a really wide green, but you can also see that it is wide but shallow in depth.
Yep.
And that means that you want to be pretty accurate, especially with a right side placed pin.
Looks like this one will be on.
Forward wind, you want to keep it short.
Hold
see
on.
where this one's going to land.
Hold
and that
on.
is so
Oh
close
my
for
goodness.
Robbie. You wouldn't expect anything else with the way that the Europeans have been playing.
Seriously. Italian duo coming in with absolute heat. I'm not doing, no, I can't. I'm not doing the hand thing.
But that's going to put some pressure here for Bradley. I mean, this is not an easy read considering that, but you want to put some backspin on this shot. You get the ding.
Oh, Bradley?
Might as well just put it in the
Band
hole.
for band. Band for band. Beautiful from the American side. Wow, it really is going to come down to 18. I mean, it's the Italians. They're doing a great job at holding off the Americans, but the Americans are not faltering. They're not.
No.
They're not faltering. They're not willing to just leave it be. They want to fight for every single hole.
Now, this is what I like. A potential dramatic finish on hole 18 for a second alternate shot match of the day. The beginning of the Virtual Ryder Cup. It's been fantastic with Europe coming out strong on both matches. It's going to lead to some catch-up now that USA has to do. And you would imagine with a hole like this,
Yep.
a historic hole in golf, narrow fairway,
Bang.
lots of bunkers, lots of precision needed.
Tries to compensate for the wind. Is that too much? That's not enough. Gonna be in the rough. So good lessons here for the Americans. 10 to 12 mile an hour will not be enough. You're gonna have to actually place it a bit better. And especially, like, you could see where that carry and full drives go. It is right between that bottleneck, between the two set of bunkers. And easy for Primer Lance.
A little bit hitting into the wind, so that's going to take some distance off that shot, but out of the rough, it's going to make it pretty difficult for Robbie. Very uncharacteristic mishap from what we've seen from Indivo across the day, but still something that you wouldn't bet against Robbie in a moment like this. Second shot, 116 yards. Again, you look at the wind to take factor into where you want to place it for that green.
I'm very curious as to where Robbie's going to try and place this. Robbie himself also had fantastic approaches, but he's going to be going from the rough here. A deep one at that. Again, it's that wind. It's this hole plus the wind, just making things particularly difficult. Bang. Not the best, though. Is that too short? It is too short, but... Actually, no, never mind. What am I saying? Far end rough. Not the best hole. If there is a chance here for the Americans, this is it.
Chance for Bradley to give us a photo finish on hole 18.
That's just a tie. Oh, yeah, it would be a tie. What a gorgeous course. I want to go to that clubhouse. I wonder if they can make me coffee.
I'm sure they can.
You think they can?
I'm sure they can.
I wonder which... All right, let's just focus on the hole here. Bang.
The ding.
It's going to be close. Heartbeat in effect. Where do we see this going? Beautiful from Bradley. That might be enough to tie up this game, unless Andivo comes out with something miraculous.
Hole out for a chance to keep this one at an advantage, closing out 18 holes for our second alternate match between Robbie and Andivo. What a ride it has been, but it's all down to this to see if you can lead 2-0 heading into match play of the Virtual Ryder Cup.
64. Playing it quite close. Andivo.
Out of the rough.
This is your game. Go for the roll. Not close.
That's such a hard read.
It is
you
very
want to
hard.
play for potentially a bounce out, but that ball just does not move. So here we have for putt for par out of Robbie.
It's the pressure, man. The pressure being in these last scenarios, last hole scenarios.
And there you have it.
Well played.
Looks like Robbie and Andivo going to concede that putt, respect the end that was given by Bradley on that approach shot out of the fairway, and that's going to leave us tied after 18 holes for our second alternate match here in the Virtual Ryder Cup.
Bravo. Beautifully played for both teams. Especially, I mean, I want to give credit to the Americans sticking with it. Just going hole for hole with the Italian team. We'll see. I'm curious as to where match one is going. Roll over. We will be continuing, as it seems.
We are going to be rolling over for the match into a 19th hole, potential tiebreaker between both Europe and USA.
Okay, so we will be rolling over on to hole 19. Drive coming through for Robbie.
This just makes it more exciting. Andivo for the second shot approach out of Europe. And there you see that. I think even the players, even the players seem to be on the same page as us for this one. We got to see who's going to win this one at the end.
Yeah, it's been such a hard-fought fight between these two. I think it's what we deserve. It's what the crowd deserves, what chat deserves. We want to see who is the better of these two. This approach could mean a lot. Italians struggled in hole 18. I think they're going to want the run back here. Going to go for it. Andivo, 76 yards. Heartbeat in effect. We'll see how close it gets. It's so incredibly close. Beautifully done. Only a couple inches away.
And even though it levels out, I mean, this is not an easy hole at all to leave close to the pin. You put it further up, and with that slope that you get from back to front, that is potentially putting you in the danger zone of rolling further away from the hole. But you leave it just a little bit ahead of the hole, put some backspin on it, and that's going to line you right up for an easy birdie putt. On the European side, Primer Lance, our alternate for USA. 75 yards out. Let's see if you can mirror that shot.
What a super sub coming in. Playing fantastic as well. Clutch as need be considering the circumstances that they came in. Bradley going for the putt. Quite close. That's a birdie.
That should be
Will
pushing
be
us
continuing.
even into a 20th hole now. So this is a nail biter between Robbie and Devo, Bradley, and Primer Lance. So heading back into hole 2 now. So this is kind of where we were talking about early on. You can catch yourself having a little bit of a struggle if you can't catch that break curve left into the fairway. You leave yourself in the rough. That's going to make it pretty difficult again on that approach shot with the elevated green. So you want to make sure that you're sticking that fairway, giving yourself a wide open shot on the approach, and a chance to put it next to the pin. So fantastic from USA to put it right in that fairway. And
meanwhile,
we got ourselves our match play starting as well on the other side. As I mean, you and I, we talked about Susie being one of the Canadian representatives on Europe. Well, here is our other Canadian representative on Europe, Fiver50, who going into this one, definitely going to be feeling a lot of confidence in terms of how well we've seen Fiver50 in the past.
Fiver50 going to be playing against Stuman 66. Excited to see how this one wraps up. I imagine with our match play, it's already going incredibly quick. Stuman gonna go for birdie here against Fiver, who, again, we knew Fiver is a particularly strong player, and having the pressure to open up our opening matches. Stuman gonna take his time for the putt. Meanwhile, still on hole 20 here. Again, hole 2, having a fight from an incline, pretty steep one at that for the approach.
That's a good putt from Stuman.
Great putt.
And with that birdie, Stuman's going to win the hole. USA take the lead early on our left side. Alternate match 2 as we head into the approach shot for Bradley now. After that opening drive from Primer Lance left you in the fairway. And you can see this uphill 71-yard chip. Minimal wind as well. Taken into consideration, but not as much that you have to worry about there. So what do you do with this? Pull out the lob wedge. Try to get this one a situation where you're looking at a guaranteed birdie. If not, you hole out, you win this match.
That's a ding. It's on Bradley. Hole out, potential. Close. A beautiful shot done as that. Again, we go to putts. The Italians will look to secure this one. Great ding from Fiver here as he takes his drive on hole 4. Devo taking his time, but this alt match 2 is continuously just, again, just hole for hole. No one is skipping a beat. The approaches are amazing. There hasn't really been a crucial mistake from either of these two teams since hole 18, which led to the Americans being able to tie this game up. Doing a decent job.
And you know, you have a situation with these alternate shot matches where you have your teammate who can pat you on the back and say, hey man, I got you if you leave them a little bit short. With these match play head-to-heads, it's going to be a little bit more pressure in how much you have to control the match from start to finish without any support from a teammate. So,
ooh, rough one from Stuman.
The fact that you've had both of these teams in our alternate shot match 2, keep it as close as possible. That battle could be the difference at the end of the day. That we have to worry about with our opening between Susie. That was quite the start that we got from Europe.
Yep. Susie and Gabriel really knocking out of the park. This one. This will be on Fiver. Trying to get a decent approach. Birdie for match 2, but Fiver, great approach, gets on perfectly. It's going to roll a little bit, but I think that sets him up a decent amount. It's still pretty hard for both the players. Stuman has to play for the chip. Whereas Fiver just has a long putt to work with.
Yeah, see if Johnny can get this one into that hole. His chip from Stuman. He has some relief in terms of at least a hole lead, so if you do make a mistake, you're not going to be behind.
21. Do you trust anyone else to handle your shot, or do you prefer just handling your own shot?
I always love playing with a teammate.
Oh, what a beauty approach from Stuman. Could have gotten on, but honestly great. Oh, this is downhill completely.
If there's one thing to even know about it, I prefer to have a teammate to take putts for me.
Really?
It's probably the weakest part of my game.
I never trust anyone but myself. I will live and fall by my terrible shots. Long putt here for Johnny. He's going to have to do a lot. At least if you're going to go for this, you got to keep it close. Look at where Stuman is able to end up. Great recovery considering the rough.
This is a sharp right to left putt for Fiver. Looking to win the hole. It's good pace in.
Yep. Robbie.
And looks like
close.
Johnny took a little bit too much time, so that timer is going to expire, and that's
his first timeout.
Timeout used, so a little bit more of a look at this one, as it is a difficult putt to take. You do not want to leave yourself in a bad situation here, and this is an opportunity early on hole 4 that you would love to take advantage of.
So keep an eye on match 2. This is the distance where really anything can happen. That smallest misread could result in a 1 hole.
I'll take you back early to this alternate shot match where Primer Lance sinks the lead for USA off that putt.
Not enough break.
Can he do it again?
Both these matches on the putt. And putt concede. Yep. Just go to the next one. GG, go next. But for match 2, Lance taking his time. Puts the putt through. Gets it in. No problem. Birdie. Europeans. Pressure's on.
The pressure hasn't really been wavering so far for either one of these two teams. 21 holes into Bethpage Black for this alternate shot match, and they still are neck and neck after what was a devastating 18th hole from Europe. Just leaving it in the rough for a chip, but
nice.
Devo is going to take us to 22. As we go further into that alternate shot match, let's look back over towards this match play between Fiver and Stuman.
Great setup. Which course do you think makes the best coffee? Somewhere in California?
I was thinking somewhere in California would be good. Maybe the West Coast towards Seattle, Washington State.
Yeah, but we're not thinking about European courses.
Then you go towards maybe
Portugal, Spain. I don't know. I really don't know.
I'm not too familiar with the coffee history, man.
Yeah.
It's not my forte.
Well, it's all about location, right? Just all about location.
We'll talk about some location. Let's see if Stuman can give us a good putt off of this approach. 185 yards, hitting into the winds.
Banger.
Uphill. And look at the heartbeat.
Deep
Where's that going to put us?
Deep.
Just to the left of the pin, but that does not look like too bad of a putt for the American representative.
Johnny's going to have a hard time Already down 1 point. Play for it. Try and get as close as you can, but how do you beat an approach like that? Meanwhile, Robbie needing to really nail this one. Coming from an uphill perspective too. And Robbie has actually been doing decent with his approach. I mean, the Europeans both have been. It's just been the Americans who have continuously been able to clutch it out.
I'm really excited for this early match play between Fiverr and Stuman.
Oh no, that was unfortunate by Robbie. Completely off. Chance here for the Americans to wrap up this match.
Bradley, 204 yards uphill, hitting into the wind, nothing too considerable. But what you are going to consider is the possible roll that right to left slope is going to give you. So taking a shot over the bunker, see if you can leave it out to the left.
I don't know if that's going to be great either, but it might be enough just to be on the green.
And that is going to be a left side approach. The roll all the way to the back of the green.
Is that going to be on the fairway?
That might be a little bit over towards the fringe. It's all the way in the rough for Endivo, so this has got to be one clutch chip.
Great putt from Stuman. Imagine Johnny will be able to wrap this one up. No problem if all things are concerned. But he's already down, and some of these putts have kind of struggled. This is going to be the chip for Endivo. How close does he get? Yeah, it's all right.
Doesn't get better than that for a chip on from the rough in a recovery shot. No different for Primer Lance as you're playing just off the green. 19-yard chip. A lot of green to play with, but where we were talking the approach from the opposite side, it is going to be a little bit of a left to right off this chip. Going to roll to the right as soon as you drop it, so see where Lance decides to place this shot. And while he does that, I mean, let's talk a little bit more about Stuman and Fiverr, because these two, on paper, neck and neck in their career averages, both averaging about 49 shots a game. So that is going to lead to quite a photo finish, I imagine. The fact that Stuman is up at all is exciting to see. So still only 6 holes in on that side, as our alternate shot match is going to be going to 23 holes now.
Great ding off the drive as well for both Stuman and Johnny. See how this approach ends up. Bradley going to take the tee for hole 23. We're just waiting. And honestly, a fantastic recovery from the Italians in 22.
It's a great recovery, but I think that's where you're looking at for Bradley on that approach shot. I was expecting a little bit more. I mean, you place that shot to the left, you don't put any backspin, it seemed, on it, and it just rolls all the way into the rough. Really tough to get some lob on that arch, considering that you're shooting uphill. So when you're thinking about a shot on the approach like that, you want to leave it short to give you some more green to play with, but with the way that Bethpage Black plays, with the amount of bunkers that guard these greens, it's not easy to play it short and just roll it on. You have to be precise, and that is not easy to do with those uphill approach shots.
Johnny gonna have to play a bit further, not much, 6 feet, 6.5 feet. Gonna go for the putt here.
A steep decline though on that green, so shouldn't break too much. As you can see, a slight left to right, but for players of this caliber, that is not difficult to line up.
Nails it. Now, another approach attempt from match 2. Old match 2, I should say. get on Andivo. It's Robbie that struggled with the approach in the previous hole. We'll see how he ends up for this one. Going to take his time. Heartbeat coming in. Decent approach. Beautiful roll. A couple yards out.
And this is a little bit different too for Andivo because you're going to put yourself in a good spot for potential birdie on this one. That puts some pressure on Primer Lance. You can see that again, just like the last hole. It's got some distance to it, 150 yards, aggressive winds left to right. So you are going to be leading a little bit towards the left with the shot placement. But with that, you don't really have to worry about too much of a roll once you hit that green, as you're going to have plenty of lob off your irons to get it up there.
Yep.
And this is a quick one from Lance.
Again, just hole for hole. I mean, they're still in the front nine, which is a little bit easier to deal with. But considering how long they've been going for, this is hole 5. I can't remember which, but still for hole 23. Let's go this long. Both going for birdies. I think Robbie shouldn't be much for him. Take his time. Meanwhile, match one's just progressing smoothly.
There's been not really a lot of hesitation between Fiverr and Stuman, and that's what you love to see. Just confident play in these one-on-ones, really decisive shots, and it really shows the amount of practice and preparation that has gone into this Virtual Ryder Cup from these players, where they know the course, they've been learning the course, they've been getting ready for an opportunity to have those bragging rights representing your country, and it is really well depicted between these two golfers.
It's also good to point out that at least in WGT, the hole here will play differently than it might in real life. You might take more risks as you can afford to be more accurate.
Yep.
And particularly, you have more control of your spin, your approach. You know, we even mentioned it, we haven't seen a single bunker the entire tournament thus far. So these guys, it's just continuously how you get that approach, how you get your putts.
A decent putt here from Stuman, 12 feet from the hole. As you are sitting still one up over Fiverr. You don't want to give yourself or give up this opportunity. Birdie sunk from Bradley. Tied again for alt match 2. And just look at that scorecard since 18. What a moment that is for USA to tie things up and fight for their life. As we look towards the standings, Seb, obviously from what we saw at Susie and Gabriel, 5 up at the end of their alt match to open up the day. After that, it was neck and neck in our second one. 23, now 24 holes in between our second alternate shot match. Both USA teams in our opening match plays leading by 1 hole, as you see Stuman taking on Fiverr and Kev taking on Nebedmayer. So big things coming out from USA in the match play, but you can look towards Susie and Gabriel to take some pressure off you if you're Europe.
I mean, it puts so much onus on making sure that the Europeans for a second alternate match are able to wrap that one up to at least make sure that Europeans don't fall too hard. They're not going to go down 3-1. They're going to be able to go into our 5th match tied against the team captains here with Jay Smithers and Gerhard. I think it's going to be super important for them to be able to come into it with a clear head, not have to work from behind, and just focus on their match.
So with that, I mean, you look towards the end with how things are shaping up between both of these two teams. to be very strong between both of these two countries. And Devo and Robbie, now you look towards them to have their opportunity to go back to back for Europe in these alternate match shots matches. And if both European teams can take those opening games, that's going to open things up for when we do get to match play.
Robbie getting his approach on as well. Same with Bradley. It's a bit of a far shot here for Stuman. Not incredibly far, but it gives an opportunity here for Johnny. Able to get it right. I mean, but based on how this alternate match is played, I mean, none of these players are missing a beat. It's going to go wild. It's going to be a heartbeat here for Bradley. Beautifully done. This might prove to be a problem.
From what we've been seeing from all of these players in this alternate shot, I expect this to go to 25. I'm looking at this par 3 between Fiverr and Stuman. See if this can edge out a tie for Fiverr at the end of it. Long putt for Stuman and a little bit downhill.
Long putt for both. Not the easiest. It's going to be a putt in for Andivo. No doubt a putt in for Lance, who will send this to 25. We will go to another one. Meanwhile, Fiverr's game. Just about to wrap up the front 9. Stuman taking quite a bit of time, especially this isn't the closest putt, and you're given the chance here over to Fiverr to be able to get back into this game.
This is a really important putt for Stuman. Really difficult one as well to line up.
No.
You had the pacing, but you just did not have the read on the break. And now you look towards Fiverr to see if you can bring things to a tie on hole 8.
This isn't the easiest break to read either, but significantly more doable than Stuman's. 10 feet for the putt. For the tie.
As
Gets
good
the
as you can
ding.
get.
Beauty.
That's
Beauty.
it. Fiverr is going to tie things up in our first match play game that we have on stream for the Virtual Ryder Cup on hole 8. With what was a narrow miss, we swap now over to our other match play that's going on with
Match play
our
2.
other USA representative in Kev leading by 1 hole. And from Europe, well, from Denmark. Evan Mayer trying to find themselves a chance back into this series with lots of golf to play.
And again, the game just continues to go on for alt match 2. That's a bit of a far though. Far approach from Andivo. I understand where he wanted to put it, but leaving it to Primer here. The decent chance. Again.
Will these players ever let up, Seb, is the question. I mean, this is just impressive. When you're talking about coming to a tournament like this and representing your country, this is the type of golf you look towards. But I know you got your eyes on this par 3 shot from Kev. And it's going to be a decent putt uphill.
I'm looking firmly in alt match 2 right now. This is a very far putt from Robbie, who it's possible, but it's a 33 putt. I mean, come on. But then from Bradley, probably has half that distance to cover. It just, to me, it's a continuous case. That being said, let me pause for a moment for Neben Mayer on this par 3. It's a bit far, but completely doable. Beautiful.
That's almost an exact identical shot that we had from Fiverr just previous to this one. Opposite side for Kev than what we saw from Stuman. I would consider this one to be relatively easier with the uphill shot. Just a little bit more pace needed and not as much break.
An incline to fight against. Still, it's going to be on Robbie. Long putt, just a touch wide. Bradley, 12.5 feet. Do you have it to end it all here?
And look at that, no break on this shot, relatively flat uphill for Bradley. 25 holes of golf, and it comes down to this to see if you can take the lead away from Europe after our alt shot matches are conceded.
About as clean as you can get. Bradley for the win. We'll try for this putt. Gonna put it on. Is it enough? It is! The game will finally be done. The Americans, after 25 holes, will win our second alt match. Now we finally move on firmly into head-to-head play.
That's not the end that I would have expected after how pinpoint accurate the Europeans were in that alt shot match too with those approach shots, but it just takes one mess up and you can see it. I mean, a heartbreaking finish for both Robbie and Devo with how well they were playing, but that's going to be us tied up in the standings now after our alternate shot matches, leaving the whole field wide open for our match play now across the rest of our teams. And here we get a look at it as it concedes 25 holes between Bradley, Primer Lance, and Devo and Robbie. And going into today, we talked about the importance it was for your alternate in Primer Lance to come out and perform. He was electric in this match, and he really leads by example for Team USA. Going into match play, fiver after hole 8, big tie on that par 3, leaving a very competitive match between himself and Stuman.
Yep.
And with Cav taking hole 3 early in that match, and Evan Meyer looking to catch up as they're heading into the 9th hole.
Fiver struggling a bit early with his approaches, but as the holes have gone on, he's been getting more and more warmed up. His clubs have continuously been dialed in. But it's going to be that back 9, which will be the real test for him. Regardless, a lot of pressure on him now to actually continue and at least defend Europe to make things even.
This is where the pressure comes in, Seb, when you head away from the alt shot match into the match play head-to-heads. I'd say 1v1s are incredibly more difficult when you don't have that reliance that you have somebody to fix your mistakes. It's all down to now the mental game that golf comes through with. And you hear from a lot of professionals, even outside of WGT and the PGA, no matter what you're looking at for golf,
Johnny,
golf is a mental game.
Yep.
And that's what this match play is going to represent.
Your only opponent is truly yourself. Kevin, 10-foot putt. Chance here. Or Niebenmeyer if Kevin can't sink this one, but of course he does. Of course. Could never have doubted it. And again, we're just seeing the class of player get better and better throughout the course of the day as like the ranks continue to get higher.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
It's incredible the things that these players are able to do on WGT. And it's incredible that WGT and just in general is able to put something like this on for these players. Again, those watching who might be a little bit unfamiliar, free to play as well. So if this is something that you're interested in 2 years from now when we get the Virtual Ryder Cup 2027, it's something that you could compete for your country in. So
yeah, my girlfriend definitely heard me tilting when I missed a putt trying to practice this course because I was playing it on my computer because you can play it on your computer or your phone.
Good shot from Fiver. Johnny going to put it away for birdie on hole 10. Starting off the back nine strong, keeping it even. And we head back to hole 11 as it seems like forever since we've seen at least the start of the back nine with how long that alt shot match went.
I know, yeah, right? Like
we were almost back into hole 11.
We've almost got the back nine again. But great carry. We'll be able to keep it forward through the pinch. Johnny playing a bit tighter now. This is good.
And Stuman here, I mean, heading into this one, you had the early lead. Fiver was able to bring it back all the way in hole 8 on that par 3 with just a narrowly missed putt from Stuman on a downhill decline. Par 4, 435 yards straight away on hole 11. So grip it and rip it, see where it lands. And that is dead smack in the middle of the fairway.
Now, 134 yards. Again, this green. We haven't seen too many players struggle here thus far. It isn't until you really get to the next set of holes, and then of course 13 coming up, that's where things start to get really kick up and get hard. But for this one, it's okay.
And this hole, just in general, you look at that hole placement to the right of the green, close to the edge. Tough to get it inside, but with the wind blowing into you, quite a considerable margin. Might want to play it just over the hole here.
Players have generally been able to deal with its headwind pretty good throughout the day.
That is wonderful.
Yeah, that's gorgeous. Yep.
I
love the respect too. You know, so many just nice shots, and I'm like, man, I would love to get that more often.
It's all fun and games until the games are over, Sam.
Gerhard and Jay Smithers kicking off their match, the two captains, and already fantastic approach from Gerhard.
Like, this is something where whether you're Jay Smithers or Gerhard, you are leading by example now as the captains for your team. So you start things off the 18 of Bethpage Black, and you're hoping that you can take your opposing captain down, swing that momentum towards your country, and see if that's going to lead to a victory for either side. But this, I can only imagine, is going to be quite a battle between both captains.
Jay Smithers also landing it fantastically. Beauty. That's what he said, like BWTY.
Who put me in the booth with this guy?
That's not what I meant. Apologies. Either way, the two captains facing off. Already a very, very competitive affair, and will have to be considering how close these matches are.
Yeah, so you got a little bit of a simple putt there from both, conceded to keep it tied heading into hole 2. As the battle begins between the captains, this is going to be fun to watch unfold. For the rest of it, I mean, I can only imagine the pressure that you're feeling from everybody else starting off the match play. It's that pressure, the weight of almost thinking, I don't want to be the first to lose the one-on-one. I want to come out strong and showcase exactly why I'm on this team in the first place. And that's what a lot of these players have been showing so far throughout the Virtual Ryder Cup. And I can only imagine that these captains are very proud of what their team has put together.
Oh, both captains just going to nail this one through the trees. No problem at all. Slightly short, but doesn't matter. No interference. Oh, wow. Okay, actually, this one's going to go a bit further than expected. Going to have to deal with the rough on this one. Margins quite slim. So Jay Smithers going to have a nice, clean approach angle on the fairway for hole 2.
A little bit of an uphill chip. Mild winds for Jay Smithers and Gerhard. Should be an easy one for both of these two captains. You see the pin placement's going to be towards the back, so lots of green to run with. Lots of chance to punch it up there if you really want to, but See what we get here for Jay Smithers. Really in, rolls up, and that's going to leave you a great shot for birdie.
It's on Gerhard now, who has a bit more of a challenging shot. Gonna play it out. Decent approach to try and beat as well. Gets the heartbeat. Could be close. Is going to be close. Beautiful.
I feel like we're going to be getting a lot of that across this match.
Just great approaches all the time.
Just simple putts.
Yeah.
Simple putts. But this has been the name of the game for our opening holes across every competitor that we've seen so far. Ties going into our par threes, and that's where the battle begins. It's where we saw Kev take the lead. It's where we saw Stuman take the lead. It's where we've seen a lot of that disparity come from. So for both of these two captains, you wait till those par threes, and that's where the war begins.
Well, it's also great recovery from Gerhard. Playing from the rough there. No challenge at all for him, especially in this first 9. Jay Smithers, play off the tee here. 240 for par 3.
With this being a little bit of a longer par 3, I mean, you would imagine that it's going to be difficult to get it towards the hole, but again, look at the pin placement here for this par 3, far left side, so middle of the green, relatively.
You're hoping that...
It's a good chance to run it up.
Yep. Gonna have to try. Wow.
I mean, why even run it up when you can put a little bit of spin on it?
Oh my goodness.
Smack dab right next to the pin.
And here's where things are currently at in the standings. Our boy Johnny on the European side, 5 or 50, up 1 against Stuman 66. And then the following 2 matches, Kev and Niebenmeyer both tied.
Yeah.
Along with Jay Smithers and Gerhard, who, to be fair, just started.
And we were watching for Niebenmeyer heading into the back 9 how close it was with that lead from Kev, but go into hole 10, you tie things up.
Oh, this is one for sure.
That's going to make you really, really confident to keep things going there if you're Niebenmeyer. But yeah, you called it on this par 3 between the 2 captains. What a great shot from from Jay Smithers. So Gerhard with a little bit of a long putt. Pressure's on. See if you can keep it even.
You need to. This is literally for the lead. See where this is going to end up. Has to play for the calculated break. This is actually going decent. This is so decent, but not enough. And that will be Jay Smithers, the captain of the Americans, securing his first point within this Ryder Cup match. It's just this hole 3, man. This is not the first time we've seen hole 3 just be a decisive key hole here. It continues to be against our 2 captains.
But realistically, when you think about something like WGT and how precise and accurate you can be across your par 4s, your par 5s, the amount of relief that you do get with those extra shots, when it comes down to a par 3, that's so much pressure to worry about to be perfect in those moments. Any mishap, any misread of the wind, misread of the green, and that's what's going to kill you in these matches. And it's exactly what I expected across the day.
Yeah, we knew that some of these holes were going to be challenging. I mean, this course is incredibly challenging. But a lot of these players, they just make it look like it's just another walk in the park. Going for par, or at this point, the standard is birdie, so. Let's see, Jay Smithers, can you do it again? Get another really good approach. No heartbeat, but it should be enough to get at least a decent distance, but no. That's a hard one to deal with.
That is a long roll to the back of the green, off the side into the rough for Jay Smithers.
Let's check out Stuman.
Approach shot into
Johnny.
a really wide green, top of the hole.
Fantastic.
That's going to be an easy tap in for Stuman. Now for Gerhard on the right side of your screen. Got to put some attention towards the shot. If you get it close to the green, you're going to be feeling good. But again, difficult with the height and elevation that this green is sitting at and how aggressive the pin placement is. It is not easy to stick it right next to it. You are going to be playing more than likely with a long putt.
Yep.
Fiver.
Putting it on. Just as close. Beautiful. Beautiful. Needed that shot. Able to manage. But both Jay Smithers and Gerhard not able to compensate enough for the incline of the green. So you're going to have to play it from quite far out.
What a course to be playing this tournament on. Bethpage Black has been home to many greats. And now you can add the Virtual Ryder Cup to it as well. Alongside US Opens, PGA Championships, the actual Ryder Cup, and soon to be even more in the future to look forward to, including the 2028 KPMG Women's PGA Championships to look forward to on this course as well. So all those who like to just watch golf normally, that's what I'm looking forward to with this very beautiful golf course.
God, I also am such a fan of this course. I think it's just been such a treat to watch. Oh, it was so incredibly close. Gerhard just made me jump from my seat. Woo!
You can tell the excitement.
Jay Smithers, too. Oh, get out of there.
In a situation where, you know, for both of these two captains,
Johnny,
you are just trying to make it as fun as possible. And yeah, what a shot from Johnny there. That's going to keep him one up.
I think another chance for Johnny to secure a lead, potentially extend it. Stuman, though, a lot of pressure for him to be able to get it close or an easy one putt.
We keep our attention onto these par threes for how detrimental this could be to the score. For Stuman, you're trying to avoid going too down with a rough recovery off this tee shot. So you see you're going to be taking up majority of this shot clock just to calculate the wind, the distance, everything that you need to consider for this par three to go your way.
It's also a heartbeat. Could be just as close. Great, but honestly, I mean, they'll probably get it. No problem. Well, you know, that's a 10-foot. A lot can happen.
It's not even just a 10-footer. Just outside, you can see that you're going to be trying to compensate now for how steep the break is on this shot. Very different from what Johnny has, and you can imagine that this is another situation where Stuman's going to be taking some time to line it up.
Yep. Even a timeout at this point. This is going to be a lot to calculate. Such a steep break. Meanwhile, hole 5. Jay Smithers Gerhard playing for this approach. All right. Heartbeat coming through. Potential. This could be quite spicy. Great backspin to slow it down as well. Beautifully done. Oh, these guys are so nice to each other. Putt coming through. Not enough. Oh, Stuman. I feel that. I felt that in my soul.
Been there, done that with the ring out on the
That's
hole.
when you Rory your putter, you throw it very far.
But for Fiver, Johnny going to be taking a 2-hole lead off of that narrowly missed putt from Stuman on hole 14. Another situation where Europe is pulling ahead.
Gerhardt. Good shot. Nice spot. Jay Smithers. I don't like. I've never spoken with him, and I know he's representing America. The way he's typing, he could absolutely be English. Yeah, proper shot, mate. Yeah.
Well, he is considered one of the most consistent
Banger.
players that we have in WGT.
Bird.
To see him playing like this, it does not surprise me at all. But at the same time, you keep Gerhard in that same regard for why these two captains match up so well against each other. Runner-up to the 2023 live series season. So this captain, quite decorated in his own right, on the European side, ready to take the test to Jay Smithers.
Jay Smithers, opening up this, second shot on hole number 6. Still in the front 9, but 1 in the lead. 2 up now, though, for Fiver. 1 able to get secured on hole 14. However, Stuman looking to get himself back into this one. Great. That's so beautifully done. That's like an inch away. Very nice.
I thought that was going to knock
I
in.
legitimately thought so too. Like the way it was rolling, I was like, I smell it.
Well,
Smells like hot dogs in Long Island. Do they have those there?
yes. Very good smell. But
Oh, I'm hungry.
Stuman puts himself in a situation that you need to start seeing from himself. Consistency towards the pin on these approach shots. Put the pressure back towards Fiver. And try to force some mistakes out of Johnny. Here it is a ding off the shot in the approach. Trying to see if you can stick it close, and it looks
That's
like
close.
that's going to be...
Yeah. Well, hold on. Hold on.
Johnny!
With the eagle says, okay, you got it an inch away. Let me just hold out, brother. Oh my goodness.
Anything you can do, I can do better in this matchup. And when you count them out, you call for consistency. Fiver stays ahead. Now 3 holes up with a hole out on hole 15. Wow, that's what golf is made for.
That gets your bloods going, man. Maybe it was, you know, that's as Stuman says, I was trying to do that. Oh, fantastic work. Both these players are just dialing in, but Johnny just seems to be one step ahead.
And
they're even talking about it in the other match. Wow, lol, great shot by me. Nice shot, Fiver. Just saw that. I knew there would be at least 1 on 15. So that wasn't a headwind at all, yeah.
That's the thing that you just know you're going to expect from a lot of these players, just keeping their eyes peeled for what kind of shots are being shown across every single match that's going through in this Virtual Ryder Cup. Everybody's going to have their notepads out, taking note of every little thing that they can use to their advantage across the rest of the day. So right there, what a moment from Johnny to take that 3-hole lead for Europe in their first match play game of the day. And just off stream, we can get a little bit of a recap between Kev and Neb, who are tied going into hole 15. That is another matchup to keep our eyes peeled for on who is going to take the win at the end of it. Because again, you go to hole 18, you're tied. You roll over to see who's going to take it at the end. We don't get ties here. No half points given.
Nope, not at all. This is play until you win. Jay Smithers and Gerhardt going to 7. Johnny. Stuman already got close, but Johnny will be looking to extend his lead here.
And what do we have for this second shot coming out from Fiver? 173 yards.
Johnny.
Not too much wind to consider, but you're looking to least get it inside of that shot that Stuman gave you, a little bit further away from the hole, but yeah, that's a 7-foot putt that you're still going to be feeling good to drain.
Should be pretty simple. We're going to check out the standings here for the Virtual Ryder Cup as we see Jay Smithers, Gerhard are tied, but currently 1-1 apiece for the Europeans and the Americans, and with both games currently going on, it seems as though if they wrap up right now, it will be 2-2 all.
And after what was an early lead from Stuman for Team USA off of hole 3, it has been non-stop action from Fiverr with 4 hole wins across 16.
Oh.
And there's Jay Smithers getting his knock on that early par 3 that he won out over Gerhard. Cav taking another hole there towards the end on hole 15 to break that tie that he had between Neb. So it is USA starting to bring things back.
So was it Jay Smithers who got the lead on hole 6, I believe? Oh, sorry. So they just adjusted in the standings. My fault. Hole 7, though. Jay Smithers looking for the approach. Gerhard already decent. .45 seconds on the clock for him, but need to take your time. 9 to 11 miles an hour going right.
This is a really long par 4, so off of this second shot, 213 yards with a long iron. He sticks the green. So pretty decent putts from both captains. 17 feet for Gerhard now. As you look at that extremely stressful break. Left to right. This is going to be a tough one in terms on how to line it up, so I expect Gerhard to take some time on figuring out the lie.
But if there is a putt that will go wrong, it may be this one. Quite steep. You have to compensate for angle and speed. Gerhard going to take his time. Jay Smithers, though, I think relatively, do you like Jay Smithers' putt a little bit more?
Well, right now, with a putt that's left to right breaking as steep as it is, you can see that decline as well is going to add a little bit more pace to the putt. So this is very difficult for Gerhard. A lot to consider. He thinks he has the lineup right now, and it looks like the line's going to be very, very good. So that's why you make him your captain. And Jay Smithers on the other side now, looking to do the exact same thing from a different approach, but with this approach, it's mostly going to be fairly straight uphill. I wouldn't expect Jay Smithers to miss this.
Thank you, mate. Well, he's South African. He's allowed to say thank you, mate.
I love the notepad. The notepad's been great.
Just can't wait for the trash talk. It's gonna be great.
That comes after.
It comes after.
You gotta win first.
No, you gotta trash talk in the middle of the game. Eben Mayer. We're gonna keep it close with Kev.
And you're heading deep now into this 18. Jay Smithers, I mean, that's the first caster curse that we get on stream.
Oh no.
As you would not expect him to miss that, but a missed putt on hole 7 brings things to a tie between the captains heading into a par 3 where you can see the separation happen once again if you mess up your tee shot. Where we see now we switched over our second match play between Niebenmeyer and Kev. As back on hole 15, Kev was able to take the lead. Now you head into hole 18. This is where we saw back in our alternate shot matches, a rough shot from the Europeans off the tee made it difficult to reach that green safely. This time, both members going to be playing from the fairway to see if you can set things up for a shot close to the pin. But even still, tough pin placement. Out to the right for Neb. And that's the ding. Good heartbeats in. It's going to be a good shot right next to the hole. And that's going to give you a chance now. Pressure's on for Kev. If you want to take this, you have to put it close for a birdie putt. You overshoot, you undershoot, you give yourself a recovery shot, and that's going to lead us into extra holes to roll over into the front nine once again for this matchup with only a 1-hole lead that Kev is going to be sitting at. Let's see if he takes the approach similar to what we got from Neb. Just out to the right of the pin with the win compensation. Here it is. And it is sublime. Couldn't ask for a better shot from both players, but that should be it for 18 holes in our match play between Kev and Neb, with USA securing it off of these putts. You get the GGs in chat, you know it's all said and done. And that is going to put a win in the column of USA here in the Virtual Ryder Cup 2025. Gives us a deeper look over towards the rest of the matches as our captains are heading into the end of the front nine, hole 9, on their approach shot towards this green. Gerhard going to be lining things up with an aggressive win right to left. Well, you can wait to see how that fares up. Look over towards the finishes of our match play between our head-to-heads and our early games. Stuman falling to Fiverr, who wins 3 holes in a row towards that back nine to take that lead by 3. Add another win to the column of Europe. Kev takes his in a photo finish after hole 15 goes his way over Neb. Close battle between the two of them, but still leaves us with a close battle between USA and Europe, tied 2 apiece, heading into the rest of our 1v1s. Welcome back, Seb, to the broadcast. You took a little bit of a break.
Yeah, well, you have to tell everyone, guys, but
Well, I mean, I was talking for a while, I'm sure.
I went to go get us water.
I love it.
Got to stay hydrated for golf, which is what I don't do whenever I'm on the course, but I also golf in Mexico, which is nice. Oh my goodness, great approaches. But like you mentioned, we knew this from the get-go. This was going to come down to the wire. We knew that with both of these teams filled with such talent. Production is making fun of me because I got water. Yes, thanks. I got water, guys. Okay.
This has been good so far between everybody, Seb, and I think I'm mostly impressed with the disparity of skill that we're getting from both teams. Not lopsided by all means. So
it's not disparity, that's parity.
Well, we go into
proper English, mate. I'm sorry, Chad.
We go into back nine for the captains, tied up 2 apiece in terms of the overall standings. That's kind of what we were expecting.
Yep.
Because you go towards now looking at some of the star players towards the end of your teams that you've lined up to be the finishers, to have those differences. And I think that one thing that we can start talking about, because it's even, is the fact that if we get through all of our matches at the end of the day and it's still a tie game, that is going to bring back Jay Smithers and Gerhard yet again to play for a sudden death.
So we will see the 2 captains having to really face off here. Just curious as to how they're going to play this approach on 10. Not the hardest hole for these two, and really hasn't been throughout the course of this tournament thus far, but anything can happen. And we've seen Jay Smithers, he messed up an approach not too long ago. Same with Gerhardt. This hole is a nightmare. I don't know if we've seen too many really struggle with it, in all honesty.
I think for the most part, when we get towards our back nine, hole 10, hole 11, pretty straightforward, wide open fairways. Easy to stick greens and not too difficult in terms of the lie that you're going to get. I think for hole 10, it's a little bit different because you do have that downward slope towards the back of the green. But if you can kind of lay up, let it drop towards the hole, you should be sitting at a relatively fair putt.
Yep. And the main thing is steep incline for almost the entirety of the green, so you're going to be basically putting up if you get over or if you get under.
We can welcome in another team or another matchup to the broadcast as well, with Master Hacker taking on No. Probably one of the biggest differences that we look at in terms of an underdog story here for No. If they can take down Master Hacker, what an upset that would be. Not to mention, we are in hole 2 and you're already leading by 1.
Yes.
So starting off strong for Europe.
Starting off strong. He's Scottish too. Love to see that they get the flag for that. That's cool. Jay Smithers is going to have to deal with a pretty hard uphill. And thankfully, it's not too much of a break, and I think he's calculating for it. It should be enough. Master Hacker on the approach.
With this, you don't want to give anything more up to No. So great ding off the approach shot, right onto the green, sticks it next to the hole. Master Hacker keeping things down by 1.
Yeah, it's a hard putt. This might just be tied up. As for Jay Smithers, cleans it up, no problem at all. Nice birdie. Gerhardt, however, a bit closer. Only 6 feet away, but I don't think he has much of a break to deal with either. Could be wrong.
Looks like it's going to be just fairly level on the putt for Gerhardt. See if you can just drop it in.
So much break for Gerhardt or for him, because he didn't have a lot. Gerhardt. Thanks, Jay Smithers.
Oh, thanks, man. So much fun. You know, and sometimes, you know, even when we're just looking at these,
that's a lot. That is a lot, my goodness.
But yeah, that is a lot of break coming out for this hole. So Jay Smithers with the layup on that, on what to expect for that putt. Beautiful, though, from Gerhardt on that read. Perfect putt coming out from our European captain, keeping things even heading into hole 11. Again, backside or the start of the back 9.
Master Hacker as well tied things back up on hole 2. Can already tell this one's going to be going back and forth.
So here's the battle that we're looking for. Opening up the fairway is Gerhardt to kick off hole 11. Jay Smithers now lining things up. Hole 3, par 3 for Don and No. Similar pin placement from what we saw earlier out of the captains. A lot of green to work with on the approach. A lot to look forward to get it close to that pin. And Don put the pressure on, so now we get to see if No can follow this one up. So see if he can get it there. Yeah, right on the green. A little bit of a putt, though, from both sides as we're looking at Nono to
And hole 3
lead
is
off with this 22-foot putt.
hole 3 has been challenging throughout the course. Like it's failed many, but that is so not fair. Oh, Gerhardt on the edge. That's one of those ones where like you would like wait around like for at least a minute to see if something affects it, just so it can go over.
Like, come on. You sit there, just go home, Bo.
Just go home. Just get in the hole.
So, pressure's on for Jay Smithers.
What a shot.
What a shot indeed.
Nice bird feels like an insult.
Insult to what could possibly be
Yeah,
if
it's
you mess
like,
up.
yeah,
That's on yourself
Yo,
right
great
now.
shot, but like nice birdie though.
Now we get into it for Jay Smithers off the ding.
Let's see if Jay Smithers can do any better.
Well, you
Close.
might not knock it in for
Nice
what
birdie.
could have been an eagle, but it should be relatively good.
But
putt
like,
here, a little
no
bit further
way,
away.
dude. Like, I want to zoom into that ball. That is absurd. That's absurd. He's like, his club is over the hole.
That's one thing you can expect too. That, you know, when you see someone like that, you got to feel bad for them because
Yeah.
I want that ball to go in. Everybody wants that ball to go in.
Exactly.
I'm sure that even if that was my opponent, I would sit there and want that ball to drop.
Master Hacker going for a putt of his own on hole 3. Should be fine. Just fine. No trouble on hole 3 for either of these two.
That's great recovery from Don too on that second hole. As soon as Nono gives you that opportunity to bring things back, you do not leave it up to chance. You secure the tie back on hole 2, keeping things as close as could be between these two opponents.
Smithers off the tee. No problem at all. Beautiful drive. Beautiful drive. For both these teams. No. Still playing from the tie. I'm curious as to how much this match is going to swing back and forth. Is No the real deal? Bang. I love the sound of the drives in this game. It's just, I just want to go play golf right now.
Well, off the approach for these two, 215 yards from the pin on Don's shot. Let's see if he can put himself in striking distance of birdie.
Can he do it again, Gerhardt?
It is so good watching
So
these
good.
captains play.
So good. Hole 12. For me, this is, I think, my least favorite hole. It is a hard one. I mean, the next 3 in general are just ridiculous, but
Well, I think when you look at it in general for this course, considering that there's a number of holes, especially par 4s, exceeding 500 yards distance, that's where the difficulty comes in from using those long irons or your woods, and not something that a lot of people, myself included,
Nice.
like to bring out. I'd rather prefer myself having an easy wedge shot in or just a mid iron onto the green, but when you have to play those long shots into what are two extremely hard bunkers, that is what makes this hole extremely difficult.
yeah, decent amount of break to deal with as well. That's why you can see Jay Smithers taking his time. Also, No having to play from back end of the green, just overshot it. I mean, hole 4, I think we've been seeing some issues as well. Good read on the break. Beautifully done.
Even still, for this chip shot from Nono,
Pushed it a little. Yep.
I think that no matter what you shoot here, you can still expect that putt from Don, you look at it on the green, it's not close whatsoever. That is going to be a difficult putt for Don.
Yep. A lot of people using the Callaway balls, by the way. Wanted to point that out. Callaway definitely being the favorite here. Probably more control in the spin. That's knew that it's a tough green, man. It can be a really tough green.
That's twice now we've seen really close putts from Jay Smithers. Just barely scratching that pin. So, unfortunate for the captain of USA, but for Europe, that's going to be a lead now.
No, that's
no, I had it
backwards. Sorry, yeah, that's backwards. Yeah, that's the US taking the lead here as the captain.
Yeah, no, he even had a saying. He made his.
Now this putt from Master Hacker. Oh boy,
this is gonna be a tough one,
but if you can get close, that's all that really matters.
You're still looking for the tie on the hole as long as you can get it close. So nowhere out of the realm of possibility for walking away, staying even, heading into hole 5.
Unless he gets this and he reads the lines, it looks like it's going wide, not enough break, but well placed. It's going to be Jay Smithers on the fairway. I don't know if he can hear me right now because I think he's modding chat, but I would love his opinion on this hole. Actually, he's focused. Why am I asking him a question when he's literally playing the game in this competition for a $5,000 purse? Wait, no. Taking his drive on hole 5. Again, not a hole we've seen too many people have too many problems, I don't think, for hole 5. But for this one, three-wood ding champ. Terrible club.
Seems like that is the consensus towards the club itself.
Yeah.
But
I hate using the 3-wood in this game.
I hate using the 3-wood in general.
Yeah. You know who does like using 3-wood? This guy right here.
This guy right here.
This guy, I was going to say Mickelson, but Gerhard and Mickelson,
More
dude.
of a long iron type player.
Yeah.
But that's a good approach, just off the fairway.
Yeah, it's hard to be as accurate as you want to be with a hole this large. Now, on the other hand, Master Hacker, looking for the approach. It's close. It's good.
It's a good shot
It's
from
good.
Don.
Solid.
Even into pretty
3-wood is perfect, champ. Don't let them get you down. What a steep incline to work with. My goodness.
Well, maybe you could do a little bit better than Gerhard back on hole 11 and put it right into the hole off this chip.
He's counting for a lot of spin here. Gets the ding. This could be all right. This could be all right, but just a touch short, yeah.
So putt or chip here, possibly from Gerhard, just off the green. Do you maybe just go for the putt here in general, or are you just gonna try to get it close?
I think he
don't see
might,
why
yeah.
not.
Great approach as well from Nono.
Just take some time on the read, put a little pace on it.
Eyes are glued on this Jay Smithers Gerhard matchup right now.
Lots of game between Nono and Don, so between these captains, see how the back nine has been treating them. And for Jay Smithers, he's there. You go for the chip close in, and although you're not finishing the hole there, you are still giving yourself an opportunity to keep it tied. So lots of break on this putt
Lots
from
of break,
Jay Smith. Is
but
close,
no
but
problem at all.
I mean, it's way too close to be worried about.
Jay Smithers still in the lead, still leading as Captain America. Master Hacker, also a lot of break on this putt. A lot to deal with. You're gonna see this going very wrong very quickly. Yes! Too much break, not enough to compensate. Whereas, no. Just looks like it's an uphill.
Yeah,
Not much to deal with.
Decent putt from No, but it's a makeable putt for sure. 5-footer. Keep it inside the pin. Or keep it inside the hole there on the shot. Uphill pace.
Taking his time, but
What a moment this would be for the underdog.
yep. Oh, that's what a shot as well from Jay Smithers. Rolled backwards, got the back roll on it, but too wide. No. Did he get it? He didn't.
That is
No.
difficult. I mean, that's where it comes out to being quite a decent putt from both of these two players. So walking away with what could have been a chance, but instead it's a tie game still.
It's the pressure of this Virtual Ryder Cup, especially when you're coming in as an underdog. You know you're going against some of the best that we have here, which means you have to clutch out and show up every single hole. Unfortunate.
That's an unfortunate one for Nono. I mean, one, you really want to capitalize on moments like that, but like you said, a lot of pressure, a lot of stress going into these scenarios from hole to hole. And it's not like the alternate shot where you can bounce back and forth and have a little bit of leeway between your partner. It's just all on you. So that mental game coming into effect early on between both Don and Nono for these difficult greens that we get on Bethpage. Hole 5, a struggle. Hole 6, 408 yards from the pin. 9 to 11 miles per hour. Wind from left to right, diagonally to the right. That is not a difficult one either to control. So you stick the middle of the fairway and look at how close they are to that green. Not a tough chip by all means, but small green. And you can see that
Nice.
green
Well done.
is kind of dips from both sides
Exactly,
into the middle. So it's really hard to kind of choose where you want to put that.
I mean, I think you can use the wind to aid you a little bit more for this one. I think that's what you're going to see Master Hacker doing right now. Actually, he's just going to go for the flop in. Great shot, but having the left to right 9 to 11 wind speed definitely, I think, helps you guide it, considering the swooping in nature of this green. Meanwhile, Jay Smithers, Gerhardt still going in tied, going to hole 15.
And this is one that you kind of expect to be pretty close from here on out between the two captains. You go to hole 15, you're sitting there with a par 4, pretty decent size, but with it, a tough green, one of the scariest greens to secure. And you're hoping that that might be the difference for Gerhardt to catch up. If not that, then hole 17, the par 3 that comes later on that we've seen teams really make mistakes on.
But here we have our standing so far. It's a rolling start for everyone. So at the moment, Master Hacker and Nono still tied. DB Stronghold and F Magnets, who are two of our best players, are on the course. They have started their match, and the only other match that we have left to start is our final one, Young 46 and Ali Sen. This is where things start to heat up. Europe down by 1. Are going to need a lot to get them back into this match. DB Stronghold, you see on the left, their match. It's going to be able to put a shot onto the green. Pretty close, actually. Was even getting the roll in, but just fell short. Gerhardt as well on hole 15, looking for his approach.
$152 yards out, relative simple wins to control on, nothing that's going to take the ball too much. But
Left magnets. Good approach as well.
This is one that I've been looking forward to for match play because F Magnet's regarded, at least on paper, as one of the better players that we have on this European team.
Fantastically ranked.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, Gerhardt. An inch away. Almost finding their mark.
I say that too because when you look at F Magnets just overall for, you know, a career on this team, an average of 46.7 shots per match. So definitely something that you want to look forward to if you're a European fan. Definitely something that I think Europe is going to be looking towards to get themselves in the win column here. So DB Stronghold on the other side, definitely fighting against the pressure.
I mean, DB Stronghold, also fantastic in his own right. 2022 USGA Match Play Challenge winner at Erin Hills. Really tries to take a more aggressive approach to his play.
I like that.
Yeah.
I want some aggressive
I don't
plays.
want some conservative, waiting around, playing safe. Just no. Give me some risky shots, man.
I want to see some eagle putts, some of those par five.
Jay Smithers.
Ooh, that's gonna be one that you'd like to clean up, but
Misread on the break.
I mean, you're talking about how difficult this whole 15 green is. There's an example right there on why you want to get it as close to the pin as possible. Such a severe break. And that's one that you look to get back if you're the Team USA captain. Gerhardt, though, with an opportunity heading into the last few holes that we have here on Bethpage Black. With a tie game, hole 16, taking it off.
That's what I mean, is going neck and neck between the two captains. Still tied after so many holes. Jay Smithers was able to get the lead on hole 3. Gerhardt able to bring it back for hole 7, and then Jay Smithers bringing it back on hole 12. At the moment,
You got to think here, if Gerhardt holds out that 11th hole, that's a lead you're looking at. Narrow margins between these two captains.
yep. DB Stronghold as well, and F Magnets basically both taking the exact same shot on approach. So it should be an easy putt for them on hole 2. However, all eyes on the captains here. Shot will come through for Gerhardt. Where's he put it?
153 yards.
Doesn't get the heartbeat, which means it's a bit of a difficulty. That looks like it's about 10 yards away.
And it's a simple stick the middle of the green. A lot of direction that you can take on this one, but keep it away from the fringe, keep it away from the rough, and you can still trust yourself to make that putt.
Seeing this hole 3, one that has been difficult for many, but these players are incredibly good, and DB Stronghold just fantastic lie right into there.
This has been a killer hole for so many players. We keep on touching on hole 3 because this is the start of the initial breaks that we had in our alternate shot matches. You miss that putt, you miss the birdie, and you're fighting from a deficit at that point. So
Yep.
F Magnets, see what you got, but
Shot from
take your
Jay
attention
Smithers.
back to the captains, and another great shot. And that one's going to be inside the line, so still decent putts coming up from both sides, but you look at this one from Gerhardt, and it's going to be a right to left uphill putt, and that break.
A lot of break on that too. I swear, Gerhardt and Jay Smithers just putting themselves in positions to go for these difficult putts like time after time. No wonder it's just they've conceded a decent amount of putts. I mean, remember, this course is challenging. Like, this is, even in WGT, this is a challenging course.
So
this is a long putt from F Magnets, by the way.
I was going to say, they take their time to line this up on the right side of your screen. You look over towards our left side, hole 3, and this is what we were talking about in terms of what could be the difference to the start of these games. A par 3 birdie from the distance out of F Magnets, and that's why he's regarded as one of the best on Europe.
Gerhard getting a putt for himself as well. Now on Jay Smithers. Good putt. That will be DB Stronghold. Landing his gimme. Jay Smithers taking his time. Doing what he needs to do. Recognizing that as this hole starts to peter away, as this course starts to peter away, he needs to lock in, gets the shot on, reads the break. Perfect.
Couldn't ask for anything better out of your captain. And as we move on to the next set of holes, just a recap for what's happening off screen between Master Hacker and No. Hole 7, Master Hacker, he's going to take the lead one hole up, heading into the end of the front 9. So heading into hole 8, par 3, a difficult downhill shot. Can No bring things back to a tie on this one?
I'm curious as to where Fiverr ended up, if they ended up wrapping up and Fiverr secured the win there.
He did.
That would be great. That's great. Yeah. Love to see our boy make it. Gerhard going to be able to get the heartbeats on this one. How close is he going to get? Can't really see with the flag stick removed, but yeah, that's a bit of distance. Oh, that is a lot of distance on DB Stronghold, though. Again, this 4th hole has continued to also be a demon for players. They're overshooting. They can't get the read on the roll. It's hard. It is a hard hole to play.
And as we get later on and you start bringing some strategy into a hole like this, you might want to lay up a little bit further from the green at this point with how difficult it is to get some loft on that shot with your wedges.
Yep.
But
and even here,
so many,
yeah.
But hey, if you're both doing it, then you can just trust that you handshake a par at the end of it. So both of these two are going to have some pretty decent chips towards the hole as we look towards our captains on the par 3 hole 17. Pretty decent putts coming out from both of them, and we're looking at Jay Smithers, who has been pretty ice cold in these difficult putts so far across 16. So decent break in for the read, and it just barely misses.
We'll see. F Magnets going for the chip. He lands it, gets the eagle. F Magnets. Beauty. DB Stronghold saying, settle down there, bud. Settle down there, bud. F Magnets. DB Stronghold can't get this chip. He might end up falling behind. Yeah, just settle down there, Chris. DB Stronghold, tell him to settle down, but can you match up? Beauty.
Oh, good shot.
Potential.
From Gerhard.
Potential.
That's going to be a lead from the European captain. Heading into the last hole of the back 9.
Also, F Magnet securing his first lead as well. Gerhard, did he clutch it up at the perfect time? It is all on him at this point. Meanwhile, F Magnet's getting the lead on hole 4.
This is going to be an important one. And again, we can note back to hole 18 from Robbie off the tee shot that we got. European players had that lead going into the 18th hole. It was a shot in the rough just towards that left side bunker. Led to a very difficult shot on the approach into the green. This time around for the captains, you don't expect that mistake. Into the fairway we go. Approach shots to see if you can stick it close. If you're Gerhard, you're looking to put this one away.
Jay Smithers played so well in the front 10, I would say. F Magnets Getting heartbeats, looking to play to some excellence, gets the roll, great approach. Jay Smithers, this is your last chance. I mean, it'll be on Gerhardt as well and how he plays, but if you're able to secure something special here.
Yeah, not too many mistakes have been coming out of these captains.
Really, and it's the smallest of mistakes that can just cost you an entire match that this has shown. DB Stronghold not getting exactly what he wanted, so he'll have a further putt.
Important shot from Jay Smithers. Where do we hit?
Needs to get this as close as possible.
Oh, that's a
Beauty.
good one. Just what the doctor ordered on hole 18.
It's exactly what you need. Meanwhile, DB Stronghold has to play from a bit of a further putt on a decent break. This could be a hard one. It's getting so close, man.
Left to right
starting to sweat
uphill.
in my chair.
Yeah, me too.
That's too much of a break.
Such a big break for DB Stronghold, and already one up is F Magnets. Can you do it again?
Gerhardt, how close are you going to get, buddy? That's even better. That's even better. I think that might be it. That will be it. He's calling GG's. And just on hole 17,
Yeah.
Gerhardt able to secure it for the Europeans. Beautifully done. Jay Smithers concedes, says GG's. Fantastic game back and forth.
And I imagine with that, we can take a look back towards the standings once everything's going to be updated to see how we are with another match finishing.
I believe that puts Europe tied, right?
Should put Europe in a really good standing for this one. So
wait, hold on. I think F Magnus just missed.
That puts Europe in the lead now with Gerhardt taking the win on that final 3-2.
Oh my goodness!
And you look across the rest of the games that are being looked at with Master Hacker taking the win on hole 7. That's going to put him one up now in hole 10 for the back nine, starting between those two head to head. DB Stronghold, F Magnets, chance there with F Magnets just missing a putt for DB Stronghold to keep it at a 1-hole deficit going into hole 6.
Yep. Master Hacker. Only one up, though, on No, which means it could very well flip the other way as well within the last 8 holes. But it will be on F Magnets. I mean, he's playing quite good right now. But No, we've seen some great things from him. If he's able to dial in his approaches a little bit more, I think he'll have a better time. But it may come down to that last match of Young 46 and Allison.
And really, I'd have it no other way at that point with everybody, the way that they've playing. Just look at the difference between these teams, and it's not much. I mean, we look all the way back to our second alt shot match, going 25 holes.
Speaking of No, what an approach.
Yeah. Everything dialing in now towards the end of the Virtual Ryder Cup 2025 here at the beautiful Bethpage Black.
Lot to play for, majority purse of $5,000, and all the bragging rights that come with it. F Magnet, you are so good at this game.
What a monster. So 10 holes in between Master Hacker and No on the putts. DB Stronghold, F Magnets. Still early days. With a small lead there, F Magnets nearly had a chance to take it to 2, but now for the approach of DB Stronghold. Can you beat that?
You need the hole out, buddy. Well, they'll get a birdie. Nice birdie. Nice birdie, guys. Master Hacker needs the putt. Can he get it? He does sink it. Beautiful. Takes away the chance from No here for the lead. That's just clutch. That's clutch as ever.
Yeah, that is a great putt. So everything's going to concede. Everything stays one up for Master Hacker. Dawn heading into hole 11. Something that we've been talking about a lot for hole 10, 11. You think about the green being difficult on 10, but for 11, it's pretty straightforward. Wide open fairway inside the target. Not too much going to be guarding this target distance off your drive. You set up in the fairway. Easy approach onto that green. I'd expect us going into 12 still staying at the same scoreline.
Gonna be a great drive from both 7 and 11, respectively. 11 being quite a rough hole. And I think this is where No will definitely get tested if he's the real deal. If he can handle the underdog pressure and come out swinging. DB Stronghold and F Magnets looking for their approaches right now. And setting up. Again, on both of these matches, a lot riding on these for the overall standings.
What a shot from Stronghold, close to the pin, rolls out though, and that's going to give a decent sized putt for our American representative on the right. As everybody's going to be lining up, close to the right of the green is going to be this pin placement for 11 still. We've seen a lot of people aiming towards the left in. You see a strong win there for Master Hacker. See if Don can get it close to the pin. And it is not much better than that you can ask for in these shots from the fairway.
Steep incline to work with for DB Stronghold. And a good amount of break as well. He's just been setting himself for these really rough putts. Second time in a row that's happened.
This is an important one for DB Stronghold because not only are you looking to save yourself a tie on this hole, keep it within one, but then you're going into hole 8, a par 3 downhill. Very difficult to kind of stick close to that pin. We've seen lots of players leave it long.
Too much of a break, way too much of a break, and he knows it. Oh, I can tell the frustration right there. Great approach, though, from No to keep it close. So it'll be on F Magnets to secure the lead here. I can't imagine he has too much trouble, but difficult affair. I mean, for DB Stronghold, it's like going up against a brick wall where you literally cannot make a single mistake at all. Or else you just find yourself going up against this monster of a player.
Well, there you have it for F Magnets. Another birdie drained, another hole won, and that lead grows for Europe in the right side of your screen, heading into a par 3 on hole 8. We're seeing lots of recovery putts needed from distance from lots of players across the day. So for DB Stronghold, you're hoping that you can salvage something going into the next set of holes. See if you can close that gap early and not have to scramble towards the end of this 18.
F Magnets on the par 3, looking for the hole! Almost! Literally on point. The way that it bounced hinted that it was basically off of the hole itself. As close as you can get without sinking. DB Stronghold looking for one of his own. How close? That's a beauty as well. Just a touch further, but this one should be even going into hole 9.
That's great from both players on this par 3. Again, you're looking for damage control on the par 3s from DB Stronghold. Give yourself those opportunities to not have to fix some mistakes and fall further into the depths of this matchup against a very strong opponent. So with that, you're looking to put this putt away. Both players concede it, heading into hole 9, the end of the front 9 for the right side of your screen. Hole 12 between Don and No, with Don leading one hole up with a win all the way back in hole 7. No, who has had many chances, but haven't really been able to stick the landing for majority of them.
It's also been on Master Hacker, who's kind of clutched out some putts. No has been doing good on some approaches, especially in some difficult greens, but Master Hacker has just continued to just sink them as required.
And that's what you expect from players of this caliber, to win moments that you're not supposed to win. and it keeps him in the lead for the majority of this game so far. So hole 12 in the approach, Don looking at 168 yards, aggressive win from the bottom right to the top left of your screen. So Wynn's going to take this one, and you don't have much green to work with. So timeout's going to be used from Master Hacker as Don is still trying to figure out exactly where to place this shot on hole 12.
Stronghold and magnets. Fight for this approach on hole 9 before going to the back 9. See who will go into the back 9 with the lead. Stronghold, not the best, but within reach. F Magnet's already 2 up. Just looking to run away with this game the moment that he steps into that back half. Master Hacker, look for the approach, needs a good one. And he does. Beautiful.
He sticks the landing, 10 out of 10. Only thing better than that is if the ball went in the hole.
Yep.
But similar distance, 167 for No-No. So let's see if you pick up on the lie that you just got there from your opponent and can follow up with an approach shot of your own as we look towards the right side. Hole 9, we got a couple putts to worry about.
This is definitely a tough one for Stronghold. DB trying to figure it out, but again, just steep incline, bit of a break. It's these putts that are just so difficult for him to handle right now. We'll see. He's going to take it as needed. Try and play the break. Looking decent, but just a touch short. This is heartbreaking to see.
Not what you want there if you're DP Stronghold. With such an important putt to make, but such a difficult one with the break that you had. Very aggressive on the decline. So another chance for F Magnets to put away a third hole 1 on the end of the front 9. You're a Bethpage Black. And a chance that you don't expect too much of a slip up in. And with it,
Beauty.
Nails it. 3 up for F Magnets heading into the back 9 of Bethpage Black. And takes us over towards the left side of our screen to see how the putts fare up for No-No. He's got a little bit of distance away in comparison to Don for a birdie.
Going into hole 10, DB Stronghold has a mountain to climb, and it really hurts to see because it's a matter of inches. The smallest errors in putt setup and dealing with breaks. He's just not been able to put it on. No, Master Hacker still 1 separated.
It's a great putt from No-No. Such an important one to make as well, but takes us into the standings now, Seb.
We're already in our last match. Young 46 and Allison going into this one. All the pressure on Young 46 to be able to tie up this game and with it give the U.S. a chance at the 2025 Ryder Cup.
He's still got about 6 more holes to play through between Master Hacker and No-No, but just in general, I mean, you look at a 2-hole lead there for Dawn, and you have to be feeling comfortable to win out on that. But with F Magnets 3 holes up, 10 holes in, yes, you're going to be feeling confident. DB Stronghold really needs to patch up these putts. A lot of approaches left long, a lot of very difficult lies on that green. And if you can secure a couple of those easy birdies, maybe go to a par 5, sink an eagle on an aggressive shot, close that gap.
Yep.
That's where you're looking at the improvement here for DB Stronghold. But, welcome to the booth. Our last competitors of the match play, Young 46 versus Allison. Starting hole 1 with a birdie.
Already with a birdie. And look at that approach from Young 46. That is something we missed, but one that clearly worked out in their favor. Hole 1 already done. Allison from Turkey. Young 46 playing from the States. A lot of pressure on his back to be able to do well. That being said, I mean, with DB Stronghold, you mentioned you got to net some eagles. I mean, man, you're going up against a player that's also netting himself some eagles, and it requires a whole other level of proficiency to be able to match at the level he's playing at right now, which really sucks to see because I want to be able to see DB Stronghold keep it close and potentially go for the win.
Well, conceded putts on hole 10 take us into the 11th hole between Master Hacker and No, with Master Hacker taking yet... Oh, no, sorry. The names are incorrect towards the top. It's F-Magnets and DB Stronghold there. F-Magnet's going to retain that 3 up, heading into the 11th side. And a very good placed fairway shot there from F-Magnets. We can look over towards what we're getting in hole 2 between these two as for Young 46, regarded as one of the best players that Team USA has at this competition.
That's why he's in that anchor position at the very end, man.
You finish strong, you close out, and you're looking to keep USA in the standings here for the Virtual Ryder Cup. I think the pressure is going to be on for Allison.
Oh, yes. Because either you risk a tie or you risk letting the US win. F-Magnets putting a shot on. Looking for the hole. Quite well done.
Well, one hole at a time here for DB Stronghold. 110 yards out from the pin. Pin placement close to the right side of the green. Not a lot of wind to worry about right away with this yardage, but a ding off the shot.
This is where it starts.
That is great from DB Stronghold. Now this is where you look to him, sink a putt, get that confidence back, and keep the ball rolling for a comeback.
Point is, can you force F-Magnets into a position where he has to deal with the difficult putts, right? Can you force him to make mistakes and put yourself into these advantageous putts? Both of you guys are already nailing your approaches, no problem. But just about, are you going to force him to lie in these hard breaking spots?
Well, see if he's got the read on the green. He does. F-Magnet's going to drop a birdie in the hole. And not a lot of break here to worry about if you're DB Stronghold, but some pace to think about in this downhill putt.
Allison putting his shot on. Incredibly close. Beautiful.
That's great.
Same from DB Stronghold. We're moving along. The hole was halved.
Good tie.
Good tie.
Good tie. But for...
Does this make you want to play golf?
It does make me want to play golf so
I
bad.
think we're going to be doing that later, bud.
So...
I wonder how many people in chat watch this and just, oh man, I want to go get right on WGT right now, go play this hole. Or if you're lucky enough, go play the real hole.
Could you imagine one day, maybe we'll play Bethpage Black?
I mean, good. Pause. Is this how a golf trip gets started? I got to take you to Mexico with me, man. We'll talk about this later.
Talk about that.
We'll talk about this later.
We got some lovely shots coming out from DB Stronghold and F-Magnets into the fairway of hole 12. Let's see if they can stick this green, as we've seen some really tough putts on it. And you're looking at the wind from bottom left, top right, heading into the really aggressive winds on a very long shot with your irons.
Both dealing with the left to top right wind. Young 46 going to try and play hole 3, which again has been difficult. What a fantastic lie. Fantastic. And now we'll take a look at the standings real quick again, as things are starting to heat up, right? We have Gerhardt, which wrapped up. Master Hacker 2 up on No on hole 14. F-Magnets 3 up on DB Stronghold going into hole 12. Meanwhile, Young 46 and Allison wrapped up hole 2 and are tied. Everything really hangs in the balance of this one for Young 46. So we'll see where F Magnets, the pretty far putt here. Rare approach mistake on this one, but just the same, no. Trying to do what he can, but that's a bit of an incline to deal with.
And just as an update too, if this does finish in an overall tie for the standings, you look towards Jay Smithers
And Gerhard. Yeah.
to take to the course once again in a sudden death first hole wins.
Did you see that putt, man? Did you see that putt? Like, DB Stronghold literally types in chat, what do I even do? Like, beauty, man. Like, what? Now, just, yeah, basically to summarize for everyone, if the standings end up being a 4-4 U.S. versus Europe, you know, if both Europe and the U.S. have 4 points by the end of it and we have a tie, Gerhard and Jay Smithers, the captains of each team, will play a one-on-one sudden death match. That is quite spicy. Yeah. That is a really cool way to wrap this up.
And I think that would be a perfect way to sum up our first ever inaugural Virtual Ryder Cup.
What a putt, by the way. No, just nailed that one. It's relatively flat, but still an incline. I will say real quick.
Look at the break. It even gets a little bit of a left to right, and then it bends back in towards the end of this putt for Master Hackers. So it's difficult, but it's still readable when you're coming in on this one.
I will say that if it does go to this tiebreaker, it would be a very great chance for Jay Smithers. He, I think, definitely probably feels that, I mean, it was within reach. His own match was within reach. He made one single mistake and the entire game was over by hole 17. He would absolutely want that run back.
And I think that even you look towards a sudden death, that's where that hole 3, hole 4 combo is going to come into effect. Jay Smithers, he took that hole 3. He led early in
what
that
a putt.
match.
These guys are on fire. My
and it
goodness.
wasn't until hole 8 that we saw Gerhard bring things back into a tie. So that's definitely going to be where you look to Jay Smithers to be at his best when you do get that opportunity. If we do get that opportunity, obviously still a lot of golf to be played until we have to consider it going to a sudden death format. But with things and how they have lined up so far across the day, that's where the ship is steering us.
Yep, 37-hole putt or 37-foot putt for DB Stronghold. Very far. Not a crazy amount of breaks, just you need to focus on the pace here. But also, I mean, F Magnet's also a relatively decent distance as well. If he's able to sink this one, this might be a good chance to at least chip away at that lead.
Well, right now you have 6 chances to chip this lead away.
Bang. Potential banger.
Banger.
Ouch.
From downtown, nearly putting that right in the hole, but it looks like both of them are going to have to secure themselves.
That's you know, something's getting damaged if I'm in my room.
He nearly had it right there. Yeah. I think for F Magnets, you know that the pressure is starting to get on. If you're DB Stronghold, you want shots like that. You want opportunities to kind of take things back into a 2-hole deficit, then a 1-hole deficit, and you're looking to climb your way back as these as the length of the course starts to narrow down. The further into it you get.
We're going to see Master Hacker take his shot. Quite close. Beautifully done, but gets caught in the incline. Thankfully, it settles down. F Mags, do you got it? Easy as butter for the eagle. My goodness, what do you do? That's 4 up.
That really changes the trajectory of this entire matchup, because now down by 4, F Magnets drains that putt. You go into what is 5 holes left for DB Stronghold to bring this back. It all starts with hole 14.
You know what's crazy too is because he's doing this on like all the holes that are hard. Yeah. F Mags, hole 7, hole 9, hole 4 and hole 13, he was able to win out.
That's a good golfer right there.
And hole 4 was already a demon to so many different players. So I think, okay. DB Stronghold needs to win on this hole if he wants to extend the match.
You have at least one grace to give up. But other than that, it's got to be near perfect for DB Stronghold.
Oh, Susie's in chat. Yo, you played so good, Susie. Congratulations.
Shot. That's a golf shot.
That is a golf shot.
Let's look towards some putts on the left side, hole 15.
Look at that break. My goodness.
I mean, how many times are we going to talk about hole 15 and how much these shots break? Even the short one, 6 foot for Master Hacker. And it's something to consider.
I think for No, this might be his last call. It's going to be incredibly close. Master Hacker taking his time, realizing this is a quick break. He needs to dial it in. Same with F Mags, to be fair. Yeah, he's willing to take the time out at this point.
A little extra time there to figure out how to drain this putt in such a crucial moment for Team USA. There's F Magnets locking in the birdie. 5-footer. Lots of break on this incline. Left to right, you're going to leave it just outside the hole. And see if you can just ease it in.
Great work. Now, going on to this one. Master Hacker finally taking his putt. Trying to play for this break. And it's just a touch wide. That might... Hello. That was interesting. No, finally given a chance. Because the problem is that not only are you dealing with a crazy break, but you're also dealing with the steep incline.
But it's no different than what we just got out of Master Hacker in terms of difficulty. I mean, you just look at the layout of the green on your screen. Even without the grid lines, you can tell that this is a difficult putt, even within 5 feet. So, yes, it's a chance, but it's not an easy one to secure if you're No. Still opportunity to miss, but lots of time to figure out. You still have a timeout to take if you need a little bit extra time to figure out what that break is going to be. As now you're sitting in our right side and you're looking at hole 15. This is where F Magnets has to mess up 4 holes in a row.
Which is so hard. I mean, he's played unreal. The great shot from No to be able to secure this one. Reduces the lead to 1, so it actually will get a bit tighter. What a shot, though, from DB Stronghold.
So now you have to consider that if No is able to bring this one all the way back to a tie game within this hole or hole 17, the par 3, you have an opportunity for Europe to win it outright.
Exactly.
Without having to go to that last match between Young and Allison, but a little bit of interruption there between Master Hacker versus No, and we get to enjoy some more golf on hole 15 between DB Stronghold and F Magnets. We'll swap into the standings for a bit while we figure this one out.
Still tied for Young 46 and Allison.
And we are so far into the day for the Virtual Ryder Cup. A lot's going to be riding onto No right now, going into hole 16. That's the main look at of what to expect for the finish.
It's all on the underdog. I mean, listen, we're also expecting that Young 46 is going to be winning this. I mean, he is favored. That being said, Allison is not out of it. It is still tied, but it takes time because we need to get to those crucial holes of hole 7, of hole 13, and 14. There's just a lot of ways this can go. So we will see No. Is he able to make up for this one? We're just going to go to Young 46 on this one. A lot of break on this. Going to go for the putt. Both quite close, but this is on Young 46. A potential lead attempt here for Allison if Young 46 misses this putt.
A little bit of a uphill left to right. We just saw how difficult this was all the way back on 15.
Beautiful.
But for somebody
Great.
like Young,
Won the hole, too.
that's going to take the lead for USA in the last head-to-head of the day. Where you look at him to perform, there you have it.
On hole 5, which has also actually been difficult for a decent amount, but it's just the consistency, right? We're seeing that No and Master Hacker on the other screen for hole 16. So we kick off hole 6 for our last match play. Looking for the approach. No, taking his time. The underdog, so much for Europe. Riding on one Scott.
I'd like to take a focus in on this matchup as well, just with how important it is to the end of the day.
It's the heartbeat.
No,
How
with the
close?
shot in from 155 yards out, and
Not
that's
bad at
a
all.
decent putt that you're setting yourself up for. Both players looking to knock
Easy
this
break.
in.
Not hard at all in the green. But no. We've seen him miss a pretty crucial putt before. Might be just as important. More than ever. You don't want this lead to go back up to 2 up. If you want a chance at this hole, potentially at the tournament, need to be able to sink this one.
Big putt. Left to right. See, reading the break in for No. Not a lot of pace needed on 9-footer.
I've been informed that apparently F Magnet's got an eagle to close out his match.
Well,
All
he
right.
circled his name on my sheet.
Yep. I heard he's pretty good at the game.
I heard he's a golfer.
I heard he does golf, and he does golf well. Congratulations, though, to FMAX. That was a lights-out game.
It was.
That's No getting it in for the birdie.
So F Magnets ends up 5 up to close out versus DB Stronghold, and that's the opportunity that you're looking for if you're Europe. Now, for No, you sink this putt, puts the pressure on Master Hacker to follow up with this left to right break, only 4 feet away from the hole. Not too difficult to read, but the execution is where we've seen a couple players slip up on here on hole 16. So you miss this one, No catches up, you're looking at a tie, and suddenly Team USA will have all the pressure on their shoulders.
It is unreal to see a performance like that at a top tournament for F Magnets, but unreal and well played. Congratulations. However, one win only contributes so much. This is a team game after all. And we'll see Young 46 go for the lie, try and get it close. Gets very close, gets very close. Master Hacker will be able to tie up this one, staving off No for another hole. As for our last match, and they go on to 6, we'll both should get this and move on to 7, but everyone's looking at this par 3, hole 17. No really does need the perfect shot here. We're going to focus in.
Here we go for what could be not only a tie in the game, but a chance to give Europe the outright win if No can pull it off.
This is giving me flashbacks to the actual Ryder Cup right now, with how close it was. The last putt coming in. Was it Shane Lowry? I'm trying to remember who. Sorry. I'm trying to remember who was made the shot that actually won the game. Yeah. Yeah, I'm smart.
Yeah, you were right on the money with
Yeah,
that
smart.
one. With that shot on hole 18 from Shane Lowry. It was wonderful.
No taking his time, even using the timeout. No better time to use it.
Than right now. So all the time on this par 3, hole 17. As we've seen this one be very, very strong for lots of players, but uphill tee shot hourglass-shaped putting green, as you can see on your bottom right of your screen, but it's very deceiving on where you want to put it because it's got a very shallow depth to the shot, very wide, so you don't want to leave it long at all.
Shot on. Great. Remember, this is where Gerhardt was able to secure his lead against Jay Smithers in his own match. Hole 17 can be pivotal. Master Hacker knows this. Can he wrap it up here?
Will we see the hole
8 to 10 miles an hour.
17 of Bethpage Black deemed the hole for Europe with No here. What an opportunity it would be, but Master Hacker for the par 3. He puts it a little bit beyond the pin, but in a good shot for birdie to knock it down. And he's going to lead us off. Not too much break on this ball, but a downhill shot. And you still have to put it within the left side of the hole.
Got to worry about the pace. I don't think he's going to have too much of a problem. In fact, I think No shot's a touch harder.
I agree.
Again, we still have one more hole to play in, and if No's able to tie it up there, then it goes to sudden death. But there's a lot riding on this.
If I was going to line this one up, I would put it just inside the left of the hole.
I think that's what you can do, but he's going through his process.
With the speed. I think the speed's going to take you a good distance, so he's aiming just outside. He knows better than me. And the ding.
The ding.
Perfect.
Banger.
No need to leave it short. No need to give the break a chance. Secure yourself a birdie. And secure yourself at least a 1-up lead heading into hole 18.
Exactly. Hole 18. We haven't really seen anyone switch. Or at least get a 1-up in hole 18. Other than F Max, who was able to get an eagle, but he was already up by 4.
Well, other than the absolute clutch that Team USA had back in the second alternate shot match on hole 18.
That's true. That is true. Yes.
But that came down to a missed shot off the tee block from Team Europe.
And it was a disaster on both ends. It was
into
collapse.
the rough. So you don't expect. We haven't seen players do it since then, but still something to keep in the back of your head. Lots of time for No here to line this one up.
I think this green might be a bit deceptive. I think the angle he's approaching it might actually be more difficult than it looks. Like, even if we were to bring up the grid.
Right to left, but not too
no
much.
problem.
Just inside the right of the hole. So tie on hole 17 from No. And this is where the magic happens.
And it needs to. No knows this. He's going to try and put this straight down the middle. I mean, on the green, the incline that you have to play with, it really comes down to how you nail your approach. Do you overshoot it or not?
Oh, yeah, that is fantastic.
Yep, great. Exactly how Team EU ended up playing it. They overshot on hole 18. It rolled into the back half, into the rough. It's very easy to do.
Looks like you're looking to one-up him here. Sharp winds right to left. You're pushing with the winds off this driver. And yeah, you're going to put it right smack dab in the fairway.
Not going to get... I mean, depending on where he places it. The big thing is going to be that wind. That wind carries it forward, and you have to worry about overshooting. Especially with No right nipping at your heels. You need to be perfect.
Well, update from our last match in the head-to-head. It looks like Young missed a 4.5-foot putt. And that gave Allison a tie on hole 7. Big moment capitalized for Team Europe. And after we finish up with this matchup between Master Hacker and No, we will be able to see the finale that is potentially a much needed clutch.
Oh
from
boy.
Nono.
Oh boy, oh boy. Doesn't get the heartbeat, but still lands close. Great shot.
I take that all day if I'm
Yeah,
Master
that's,
Hacker.
you know.
I mean, for Nono, the only thing you really need to do right now is pull out on hole 18.
You really need to.
You hole out here, young man. You win it for the
I
country.
think the fact that Nono, who's coming in as such a heavy underdog, was able to just even keep it this close in the first place is a proper hats off to him. Taking his time. Using that Jaws wedge. Love Jaws wedges. And Callaway balls. See where he goes.
Still some time here for Nono to line things up.
I think he might take the timeout.
We'll see
Nope,
if you can
just
take
gonna
a
go for it.
page out of the book of Master. Where
Gets
do we
the
go?
heartbeat.
Even better. You put yourself between Master Hacker and the hole, and you give yourself yet another opportunity. So let's see how the pressure stacks on top of Master Hacker to try to sink this 6-foot putt.
I mean,
A little
as,
bit a downhill left to right. Good break on this one, but
as Young 46 shown, any putt distance is missable, frankly. The question is, especially with this much break, is Master Hacker going to commit the same result? Calculating, taking all the time he needs. All right, listen, I know you guys are saying GG's, but hold your breath.
this is going to be a pretty decent break for Master Hacker to try to figure it out. Trying to take everything into account for this putt, but here we go.
Two timeouts remaining. Take as much time as you need, buddy. This is your game. It's all on you. Yeah, I think he knows this too. That's why he's taking the time. Recognizes maybe this break isn't as heavy as I'm thinking of. Maybe just slightly inside. Left of the hole.
Looks like he's got the read just outside the left of the hole.
That
pace.
will do it.
And it drops. So USA are going to mark another tally in the win column, leaving everything up to Young to see if you can take the win at the end of the day. Send us into sudden death between the two captains of USA and Europe and give us a Ryder Cup to remember.
Hats off to Nono, though. Coming in as such a heavy underdog, being able to do what he can, force it to the last hole. But this is our standing as things are right now. Young 46 and Allison about to enter the back nine. But meanwhile, Europe go into the last round with a single point lead. It is on Young 46 to force the sudden death. Otherwise, Europe will be taking the championship.
You just got to give your hats off to the individuals from Europe, because when they won
Yes.
in their matches. I mean, Susie and Gabriel kicking us off with a 5-up win against Tommy and Old Blighty in our first alternate shot match. A near win for Andivo and Robbie, losing out on that hole 18 to send it into extra rounds all the way to the 25th hole, where you just barely scratch out with a win there if you're USA. You look at F Magnets, another 5-hole win.
Why do you think I'm so excited for this to potentially go to a sudden death is because of all the matches that Europe has played in and won, the only one that was legitimately incredibly close was the Gerhard J. Smithers match. If it comes down to that, anything can happen.
Anything's possible at this point, and I'm sure the captains are keeping their eyes peeled and their game sharp for if they need to head to Bethpage once again.
We've really been given a treat here of a tournament. So going into the back 9 on hole 10, Young 46 and Allison will try and determine this championship.
Beautiful shot into the fairway from Allison. So we start the back 9 strong from Europe. Young now. Lots of fairway wide open. And here we go. We're off to the races with the back 9 of Bethpage.
Yep.
And we can see hole 10, one of those holes that we've seen all day long. It's not too difficult, but it's something to still take into effect that the backside of the green is quite sloped downward.
Yes.
You don't want to leave it long. Yep. That's going to give yourself a really tough putt into that pin.
Yeah, we've been seeing it all day. The approaches have been pretty good, but they've all come at the cost of trying to play a bit more uphill to it. Don't want to get on the bad side, wake up on the wrong side of this green. Allison going to take his time. Yeah, everyone taking their picks right now in the chat of who is going to be taking this. Got some for Allison, got some for Young 46. Heartbeat coming out for Allison. Beautifully placed. Great backspin too.
Yeah, the shot is exactly where you want to put it for Allison. Off that putt. Now it's Young.
Is he picking his putter?
Sir, I don't think
sir?
you can reach that.
There you go.
But
can you imagine?
I'd love it. I mean, a Texas wedge from the middle of the fairway.
Heck yeah, dude.
Just right between both bunkers. No, it's a lineup here that you're looking to see if Young can stick the green in a situation that you don't necessarily have to worry too much about this long distance putt, but
compensating.
You're shooting into the wind a little bit, so you're hoping that it brings you back and denies any roll towards the back.
But is he going to get about, like 20 yards worth of right clearance? I don't know.
Going in for a near full swing. That is
way too far left.
Long putt for Young 46.
I mean, maybe it's because it sneaks your putt, but you're still forcing yourself to a long putt. I think he just might have rushed this plus a break. I mean, this looks like it could be an Allison lead.
Well, a little left to right. See what the read is for Young.
That's a steep break, man. That's so much to consider. I mean, if anyone can do it, it will probably be Young, but I think he might be second-guessing some of his putts reach right now.
I don't want to be that guy, but you missed that 4.5-foot putt, and that's itching in the back of your head that you want to drain this one and get some confidence rolling into your game for the rest of these holes that we're going to be looking at on this back 9. Pretty decent weight on the putt.
Shot coming through. Gets the ding. How close do you get? Nails it. Beautiful from Young.
What do we know? This is just an entertainer in the eyes of many. And what does he do? He gives us a show on hole 10. A long putt there from Young. Drains it.
So we'll see Allison. Not the easiest task either, but 6 feet, it's not terrible. Should just clean this one up. We'll be going to hole 11. It is amazing that despite all the players that we've had, the entire day that we've been playing with, the fact that it's still so neck and neck between EU and US is kind of insane to me.
Absolute cinema.
Oh, dude, don't make me make the pose right now.
On a day that you would want nothing else than perfection from these players, Allison's going to drop the putt, keeping things tied heading into hole 11.
Yep.
But you walk away with this not only taking the lion's share of $5,000, but You're
The
also going to
pride.
be walking away with the pride and the honor of deeming yourself the first ever Virtual Ryder Cup champion.
Lot to ride on it. Coming down to this one. 11 deceptively hard, as we've seen. We heard it from Jay Smithers. This hole is, I believe it was this hole, or was it 10 that he said that was a nightmare?
Fairly certain it was 10. That was the difficult one. But
But either way, this stretch of holes is also just incredibly difficult. Like that. Oh, okay.
just a warm up.
Just a warm up. First warm up we've seen. I was like, my heart fluttered for a second. I was like, wait a minute.
There we go.
Bang.
So again, hole 11 straight away into the fairway. You leave yourself a lot of room to stick that target. And now you're aiming into a pin placed right side of the green, close to those bunkers. We've seen so many players still stick that between the bunkers and the pin.
Yep.
There is room to hit that. The only issue is you look at that wind in the top left
That's a lot. That's probably one of the fastest we've seen thus far.
on the day. I
And
agree.
also it allows, because of the wind and where it's going, it could lead to an overshoot where you're putting yourself in a very rough position, but they've compensated so nicely. Allison, beautiful.
These are professionals at the end of the day. You gotta remember, I mean, you live, eat, breathe WGT and how to win these courses. And after weeks of preparation on how to approach each and every single one of these 18 holes, no matter what the wind is, you do expect it to be on target. So the pressure's on for Young to repeat that, see if you can stick it in the vicinity or drop it in the hole. Flag out 93 yards into the wind or with the wind.
I think that's kind of what you have to rely on. Getting in close, and at this point, Allison's going to be a tall order to beat. Just slightly overshoot, but it should be no problem at all.
Well, it's a lob off that iron or off that wedge, and that puts you.
Now, surely Young can't miss a 3.2 foot. Yeah, okay.
Just gonna give it up for both.
Is that a little BM? That feels a little BM.
It was a little BM. And now we get into, this is where the difficulty starts to ramp up in the back nine, starting with hole 12.
Yep.
We've seen players miss this putt time and time again today. And a lot of it really came down to the approach on where you're putting it, because you look at how close to the front of the green that this pin sits.
Exactly.
When you're playing around the bend towards the left, trying to shoot over the bunkers on the left side, see if you can stick that fairway just beyond it. That's where you kind of leave yourself in a situation where your approach is going to be pretty straightforward, but in a manner that it's hard to stick that green as close to the pin as you want it, being as close as you are for that second shot.
The drives are going to come through. Yeah, like you mentioned, especially with these greens, they just continue to get tougher and tougher. You really have to play for, or just avoid, the harsh incline that will send you out into the rough in the back half of the green. This is definitely one of those examples. Where is this approach going to go? I can tell both these guys are super locked in. Yeah, I love putters. Yeah, dude, let's putt it. Come on. Let's do it. No, I'm kidding. But just trying to figure it out. And again, you just see that from the green is just all the way downhill.
Well, decent speed on the wind you're looking at.
I don't think he's going to be struggling with that too much, but more just, yeah, you can see.
Just a little bit of compensation in, but you're trying to play the green at this point more so than the wind.
I also think he might have
terms of the little
overcompensated.
Bounce that you're going to get from the left side into the right if you do stick this.
Might be a bit of a push.
This might be genius.
Yeah.
In for the
great.
backspin, and it
Great.
sits.
Sort of.
not too far away, but I would prefer this putt than if you're shooting from the other side. Uphill, you don't have to worry about the pace too much. That is wonderful from Young. Allison.
Yeah. But I also think he might be shooting a little too far uphill with break. It might be hard to analyze.
See if you can put yourself between Young and the hole.
Allison's approach has been great lately, though. And we might see it again.
No time needed on the read.
My goodness.
A little bit of backspin, but that is beautiful. So both players, decent bit away from this hole. But again, you look at this one, I mean, it is going to be a little bit slightly right to left, but even
That's
with the
a lot.
grid, you're kind of seeing that it's not going to be too much. And
That's actually a lot less than I thought it was going to be. It seemed as though from the angle that it was going to be a lot harsher, but this means this hole is completely doable for Young if he's able to get this right.
And I like the fact that you're opting in to play below the pin rather than beyond the pin.
Exactly, yeah.
You don't really have to worry about that downhill putt any means. I mean, I'd rather shoot this any day of the week.
How close is he going to get, especially with Allison breathing down his neck, forcing him to play perfect? Going to go for 75%, just above it, 80. It's a long putt. Does he have it? Yes, he does. Young sticks it. And a 13-foot putt and an 8-foot putt for Allison, respectively, to get through 12.
I can already picture this one. You go into hole 15, one of the harder greens that we've seen tied up, and that's where the pressure, I'm sure, is going to start mounting onto these players who have been playing exceptional as our last head-to-head match of the day. But for hole 12, it is another day in the books for these golfers. Allison's going to drop the birdie, keep this one tied heading into hole 13.
Oh, my goodness.
And we are seeing a masterclass on the links right now between Young and Allison, where Allison's trying to win outright the Ryder Cup, the Virtual Ryder Cup, and Young's trying to push it to sudden death.
A lot riding on it. No pun intended.
A little bit of pun intended.
No, I didn't, I swear. I just realized after it, I was like, wow, that's kind of... It's like I'm 45 years old. Proper dad joke. But it requires Young to just be absolutely perfect and force Allison to make some mistakes.
Well, this is one of our key holes that we highlighted as we're going into the longest hole of the course, 605-yard par 5. It is going to be something where you're kind of playing into potentially more of a conservative approach into that layup before the green, play for the birdie. But if you're feeling a little bit spicy at this point, which I don't really expect these players to do so, you might be looking at playing aggressive into it. However, it is not an easy green to stick into with those bunkers that surround the green that you can see in your vision right now.
You need the carry to get over enough so that you get the bounce in, but also enough backspin that you're not going to roll over, which we've seen on many occasions thus far. I mean, we saw previously with F Magnets, he got his lie perfectly without any trouble at all.
If you do go for it, I mean, we've seen it all day long that the bunks are short enough away from the green. It is possible to have a little bit of a run up here with your woods, and that's what we're going for. Right before the green, you're still on the fairway, but that is a great chip on where you can even look to potentially hole out with the skill that we've seen from these players all day long.
So Young going to take a look at the cameras, try and figure out how to play this.
And I like this too because this is a moment, a statement from Allison that says, if you want to keep up with me, you have to play a little aggressive.
You have to risk it. But, I mean, listen, we've seen a lot of players play right before that bunker, get immediately fantastic lies in their approach, and not have to worry about anything at all. Just go for the simple birdie, and that's it. What Allison is saying here is, I'm going to go for the eagle. off this chip, and I'm going to get a lead. And if you don't do anything about it, you're going to fall behind.
3 wood, 284 yards to the pin. A little bit of left to right win. It is an excellent shot, and you can see that it's coming right down.
That's on the green.
Onto the green.
And a lot of roll.
For a long putt for Eagle out of Young.
This is entirely doable. This is entirely doable. Whereas Allison has to worry, especially look at the shape of this green right now. There's a lot to deal with in this chip. Is this where we're going to see the deadlock broken?
Well, chip on here. Lots of green to work with. In terms of your target, let's see where we go with it. Right in, a little bit to the right of it, short of the hole, but it sets up for what seems like a guaranteed birdie. What we've been seeing these players drop.
28-foot putt for Young, who has been on and off, and this is not a lot of break.
I'm gonna say it breaks a little bit towards the middle of this hill, a lot of incline on it, so you're gonna have to give it some pace. That's gonna be the difficult part of the putt, and I'm sure that somebody like Young, we've seen him stick these putts oftentimes on WGT, so take a little bit of a look at what to get and looking to reclaim that lead. So this game has been tied all the way since hole 7.
They've both taken the risk, except it seems as though for Young, it has paid off a bit more, but it's about that finishing touch. You can go for the risk with the 3 wood all you want, get on the green even, and he's going to go for it. Going to go all the way. I don't know if that's enough sauce.
That's good pace on it, uphill.
Is that enough? Just a touch wide.
That's difficult to read, that break in the middle. You can see immediately where it catches the curve, and that's the hard read on this putt uphill because you want to give it pace so that it eliminates some of that break, but it's not enough to really push it towards that hole. So you catch it. Now you're shooting downhill above it, and Allison just looking to put this one away for a safe birdie.
That'll be enough. Going to 14. Potentially.
Oh,
no,
they're going to give it up for that. Respect being shown from both players, and now we head from the longest hole on Bethpage Black to the shortest hole on a par 3 here on hole 14, something where you can see the guarding of the greens out in front with the bunker, something that we've seen in WGT and just in general kill some of these chances at it, but at the same time there is a lot of green to aim for.
Yep. The last time we saw a lead exchange on hole 14 was a 5er back in our first match of the day. Oh, also No. Oh yeah, you're right, No did also get his. It was off. Yeah, do we have, I can't remember if we watched it, but oh yeah, actually, no, I do remember the approach was crazy.
It was great from No.
No played his heart out.
But a moment here where you think about how these par 3s have shaped up this match. A tie on hole 3, but then the break was all the way back in hole 7 just before that par 3. So both of these two players have been exceptional on the par 3s across Bethpage Black. So will this one be different? Time will tell, but with a shot like that, you're going to be feeling good at Allison.
Now it's on Young. I mean, listen, you either need a hole-in-one or something better, or hope for Allison to mess up. Gonna rely, just apply a little bit of spin, nothing crazy. Young. Allison as well, just been also playing fantastic, playing so well. Gonna go for the shot, par 3, 6 to 8 miles an hour left. Will he get enough assistance? I think this might be a touch too wide.
See, come down just above the hole, pulls it back with this spin. And not an easy shot on this par 3, but
that's a lot of break.
9-footer with left to right downhill pace.
This could be a lot. This could be a hard one for Young. Yeah, he's going to take his time on hole 14. This makes me wonder. I think Allison might have the easier putt.
I would mark it down. So this is not something that the average WGT golfer will be feeling confident with. But for somebody like Young, I'm sure he is booming with confidence on this one. Lots of patience onto the lineup to figure out exactly where that break is going to happen. And you can kind of see just in general for this slope, it's not really one place that you want it. You're going to be aiming high above the hole for it to drop on down with low pace. And as I would expect, a little bit extra time needed.
Still going to take his time for this one. I think with how tricky this putt is, you really need to take the time out as much as you need. Especially for Young, who, let's be real, as this game goes on, the amount of chances you have to break away before you go to a sudden death continue to dwindle. Eight and a half feet. Young definitely wanting to make sure that his putting is locked down relative to that 4.5 foot error.
It's a big moment for Team USA. Big moment for Young on hole 14.
Going for the putt. 8.5 feet. Lots of break. Does it break enough? Nails it.
40% weight on that putt, and it just drops right in. So you trust the patience, and the patience pays off. Yeah, I don't expect this one to be conceded. This is still a relatively difficult putt.
I don't think he's conceding this, no. I think it's, especially you're going uphill, you have a bit to work with. It's 6 feet, but we've seen worse. We have seen worse, and that's why you can tell Allison's taking his time, calculating the shot from start to finish, and why the pace is just going a little bit slower now. And that will be it. On to hole 15 between the two, Young 46 and Allison. Still, since hole 7, have not changed hands.
The only difference we really saw was Young back on hole 5 to take that early lead. A mistake from Allison early on, but as the game progresses, as the rust is shaken off and the confidence grows, the mistakes have been shown less and less between these two players. So going into hole 15, this is one where I was marking it earlier on in the back 9, could be the potential to separate once again with how difficult we've seen these green shots in terms of putting. So you're looking at landing it into the middle of the fairway. You see the target distance wide open, nothing going to be guarding it at all. So grip it and rip it down the fairway and see where it sticks. Get that nice approach onto that green, and that is where the challenge does arrive.
Exactly. Like you mentioned, this is one of the more difficult holes that we have in terms of green. We've seen a lot of difficulty from different players in terms of shots attempted here. Of course, we were just talking about it. We had, I believe, Fiverr. Yeah, Fiverr ended up exchanging on this one. But a lot. This is the ending stretch, I think, of a pretty hard set of holes up until hole 17.
This is going to be an important one for both players. As you stick the green, it gives you a pretty easy approach where you stick the fairway, it gives you a pretty easy approach now to lock down a solid putt. It's just where do you want this putt to be from at this point? Because hole 15, one of the scariest with the slope that you have. From
beauty.
back left to
Beauty.
front right. So we look at it. You don't even have to worry about it. The roll a little bit in front of the pin, but that is sublime from Allison.
And it needed to be 2. This is only going to get more competitive as the holes go on with so much on the line. This is the last match, and it could determine the title. Allison wanting to secure it all for Europe. And Young just looking to give his country a chance. That's why he's taking his time too, recognizing, okay, wind, 7 to 9 south. Is this potentially too wide though?
Going for the 7-iron into the approach with the wind to counteract. 134 yards, and you're going to be near full shot off it. Hits the ding.
Beauty. This might be perfect. This might be perfect to get the downslope. He does, and it's even closer. Nope, it will roll on past.
It's deceiving.
But this one, if everything goes as planned, which at this point I don't think Allison's taking any putt concedes, we will be going to hole 16.
I said happy to take a read from Young off this putt, see exactly where the lineup's going to be. Opting in for just inside the right of the hole, and that is perfect. Drains it dead center. So with that, Allison should have the right idea of exactly where to put this ball. And it was a quick one from Young for the lineup, so I imagine we'll see hole 16 very soon.
Yeah, I don't think we're seeing any putt concedes right now. I think everyone's just going to go for whatever they can, because the moment I think that you break and you miss an early putt that's when, like, okay, we have to play out every hole. Immediately, we got to play out every hole. So on to hole 16, where here I think this is actually one of the more okay holes, but this is where things start to get pretty sweaty for some of our players here. Young, we said it before, coming into this as the favorite, just trying to do what they can to secure at least one more point for the U.S., and Allison just wants to end it all.
Par 4, 490 yards, teeing off high into the fairway, which is going to give you a little bit extra distance off this drive. Going into the green, not too difficult. However, you do want to keep it close to the pin with the bowl-like features that hole 16 has on that green.
We haven't seen too many points being added on hole 16.
No.
So it's been good in that way to these players. It just allows them a little bit of a break before we get into the last two.
So now we go into the decent approach, the 6-iron for Allison.
Using the Maverick. Love them. Great clubs.
I think every club has been a good club.
I know,
so
but
far.
like, I got my preferences, man. Like, I don't like this ball, for example. I don't like using this ball. But, you know, I get it.
Now, this is a ball that I could use right now. But for Allison, is it the ball that you want?
Woo!
What a shot close to the pin. Rolls a little bit further, but
His approaches have been unreal, and they've all been so close to just being hole outs. That's what I mean. Someone in chat said before that they're expecting a hole out in this back nine, and we're getting closer and closer. Maybe we see it here.
what a turn for the battle it would be if you hole out off this shot.
I mean, anything really can happen, especially in the last two holes. I mean, it's a historic thing in golf where ties can really go until the very end.
Young, multi-time E-Tour winner. Considered a Hall of Fame tier player. And he has not wavered from those expectations across these 15 holes, soon to be 16 holes that we've seen. And I think that just puts Ali in such a high regard from what to expect out of the future of this player as well. And the competition that has been delivered.
He's going to just reset his shot, basically. Going to go for it again. Wasn't feeling it. Went for the test swing and just didn't like it. He's going to keep on going. Going to try and go for the shot here. Going to go for it now. Young. Looking for the approach on hole 16. Gets the ding, gets the heart. We'll see where this goes.
A little bit short
It's
of
a
the
bit
hole.
short. But I think that might be a better putting position.
We'll have to see off the lineups that we get between these two. Allison gonna lead off. Hard read off this green.
Yeah, we can't really tell where the incline is coming in, but in terms of, do I have the confidence both these players make it? Yes, I do. Will they? We don't know, but we'll find out.
Couple more seconds in the lineup for Allison, barring a timeout off this hole.
This is one that I'm not shocked that Allison is taking his time in. Judging by what I see, this is a pretty complicated putt, one that he nails no problem.
Just
And
small
now
break.
it's on Young.
So now we get a good look at what this green was kind of giving us in terms of the grid line. Uphill, right to left, slightly going to be probably just outside of the hole for this. With the pace that you give, might be a little bit eliminating some of that break, but with 8 feet from it, it's still a good distance to have to consider it. And well, I don't expect that much, but he just wants a better look at where the green is pulling to.
He's going to try for it now, or at least get another reference, just to get a wide look. Going to push again. Going to go for the shot. So much on for a single putt, and it finds its mark. We go to 17 tied. A hole that has also been challenging for many. It is a par 3.
And now you just have to wonder who's going to falter, who's going to waver first out of these two. This is a dogfight between Allison and Young. Par 3, as I've noted throughout the day, shallow green in terms of the depth that you're getting from bottom to top. Lots of green from side to side to work with, but it eliminates a lot of that target that you get. Although most have stuck this green relatively close to the pin. Lots have left it a little bit short to roll up, but with the distance being 194, you're going to be choosing a little bit of a longer iron. It's going to eliminate some of that loft and make it difficult to catch that speed off the spin to keep it close. So you were looking at still a difficult shot off the tee. Yep. With a 6 to 8 mile per hour wind from right to left.
Exactly. And I mean, most of the times that we've seen players come up to tackle this hole, we've seen them just go for the strong approach. They've been accurate enough that it has been. But on the very rare occasion, we've seen people overcompensate, go too wide, and have to go for about a 20-yard putt or so. We'll see. Where does Allison? His approaches have been great. Does he keep that trend going? Yes, he does. Now it's on Young, who just has to match the pace. If you were to block the names, I would absolutely think that Allison was in the lead here because he has not missed a single approach.
It's been great. And again, this is why going into the future events for WGT, You regard Young as a player that's so decorated within the scene. To have somebody step up and just go toe-to-toe with you, I mean, this is a rising star that we are looking at in front of us. So great to see Ali keeping up with Young across it. That is huge for this European team. Chance to possibly even avoid that sudden death at the end between two captains.
What a shot. This could be a dime. Backspin. That's as perfect as you can get. That's as perfect as you can get. Allison has no problem, though. It's a 9-foot putt. Not too complicated. Allison, remember, he's coming into this with a career average of 54.5. Whereas Young is coming in under 50. But so far, this has been a pretty solid game from them. It's going to be on. It's going to be in. We may go to 18.
Seb, I was just expecting this one to be tied all the way through 18. And you got to think about the history of a course like this, the amount of tight tournaments that we've seen across Bethpage Black, and hole 18 has been historically dramatic so many times. So you go into it again tied, you tie here, it's going to roll over back to hole 1, and with both players as sharp as could be, I don't know when you're going to break.
I mean, match 2 ended, I believe, on hole 25, if I remember correctly. So, with that,
would have been hole 7.
Would have been hole 7, which means that's hole...
That would have been 25.
25, yep.
Hole 7 is where it ended, and hole 7 is where Allison tied things up to begin with in this matchup. The stars are aligning, the storylines are setting, and that shot towards the middle of the fairway has been very consistent.
Well, hold on. We still have one last hole to play through. 411-yard drive and hole. Now it will be to get onto this green. Generally, I don't think we've seen too many players struggle. It's generally been both players halved it, which is fine. But this is, I mean, this is for all the marbles, right? This is essentially to continue the tournament or win outright. So I imagine both players are going to be taking their time, potentially even overthinking some stuff.
Sand wedge is going to be the choice for Young. Near full shot.
Looking for the wind. Doesn't get the heartbeat. But close enough.
But that roll is as good as we've seen so many players leave it across the day. On the 18th hole, the final hours of our Virtual Ryder Cup. Young looking to win out, send us to sudden death. Allison looking to win out and take the win for Europe for what would be the second time this year in a Ryder Cup.
Can't let that happen, right? We can't say that. I have no bias. I don't care. No, I absolutely, really just want a strong finish from both these players. So, Allison, who honestly his approach game has been so strong, continues to be strong, as pointed out. That's as...
even better.
Oh my goodness. How do you compete?
Now, it's shocking to say that the only reason that we're in a situation like this is because Young missed a 4.5-foot putt all the way back on hole 7. Now you lead to what could be one of the most important 5-footers that you have in your WGT career. And he's wasting no time at all for the lineup. In for the putt and into the hole. Young's going to put it away. Allison next up. Looks like we're going to do it again.
We're going back to hole 1 for round 19. It is bound to be as competitive as ever. Allison has not missed a single approach. Young has been playing a bit more risky, but the putts have come through and haven't looked any better.
Well, this is kind of back to the basics. I mean, you think about what we've seen across the day for the opening holes of this course, and it hasn't been difficult per se. We've seen a couple hiccups on hole 3, a couple putts on hole 4 that have been pretty difficult with the amount of break that you get due to the lie of that green. But other than that, it has been very, very consistent. And the fact that you look at these players who have stepped up to the challenge of very complicated holes across the entire back 9, nailed them all. I don't really know when these guys would break. I mean, it's going to be a really tough tell, and it's going to be a really big heartbreaker on who's going to falter first.
But as far as who has that heartbreaker, I mean, again, we know the stakes here. We know what the circumstances is. I imagine Jay Smithers, he's probably in the waiting. Like he's warming up. He's trying to figure out, okay, am I going to be playing or not, right? Yeah. Am I going to be playing for the title here against Gerhardt for the run back? Or is it going to be Allison again with the perfect approach?
That's just a good run up right next to the left side of the hole. Expect something very similar from Young with the sand wedge in hand. They have been very on the mark with these approaches. So take into consideration that you're looking to stick this one just a little bit towards the bottom right of where you're aiming. Taking that wind into consideration with these wedges. And yeah, this is exactly where you would expect to place it off of that lineup. So pull the flag. Let's see if you can end it here and now with a dagger.
Ding in the shot. Heartbeat. Close as can be, gets the roll, and it will be close, but both of these should be doable for them.
And I'm loving these chances to hole out off of these approach shots because you would expect for the ball to bounce, left off of what you're getting for the lie of the green, but a lot of this backspin has just been settling the ball, keeping it close, and really giving you a chance for these birdies. So Allison drops the first birdie of the first hole, heading into our extra rounds of our last head-to-head of the Virtual Ryder Cup. Young, not really going to waste any time doing the same. As you see, there's not much break, just an uphill putt, 5 foot in distance. You give it about 30% weight, and you drain it.
Now on to hole 2. I mean, we won't see the big change, I think, until hole 3 as far as the first real challenge between these two. But these are two excellent players who have really taken every single challenging hole in stride. Not until hole 7 of the last round have we seen any sort of difference or any sort of faltering between the two.
And really the only question is, for Chad, is does this go over 25 holes or under 25 holes? As that is the record so far today on how long one of these matchups has gone. That was all the way in our second alternate shot match, and it was electric to watch. So heading into the second hole, again, just to recap, dogleg left. You're looking to curve the trees, set up middle fairway, give yourself a easy approach onto that green that we have been seeing players stick again and again.
Gonna take that drive, beeline it straight down, almost exactly right next to each other. Looking to set up the approach, which is a pretty deceptive hole, I think. It can be quite hard, especially coming in on this incline upwards. But Allison, I don't think he's missed a single approach for the past 6-7 holes in terms of getting at least a heartbeat. So we'll see. Has the tour champion title too. Able to make this work using the sand wedge, trying to get on.
A lot of these players with the sand wedge have been leaving it just short of the hole, aiming over the bunkers, and see if you can roll it in a little bit right to left. So of this one, same thing. Leaves it short, rolls just up to the hole, and that's a tap in for bird.
Is it going to take a hole out to actually get this game over with? Is that what it's going to take?
I can already picture it in my head. Hole 3, hole in 1, rolls right up, and that's the win for this matchup. That probably would be the greatest thing of all time.
Gets the ding, doesn't get the heartbeat though. But still, close as ever.
I like the control coming out for Young. I mean, he has been nailing these long distance putts no matter what the break is. So no matter where you put it, as long as you're within that 10-foot range, I would be confident that he can drop this putt.
Yeah. Again, I feel bad. It feels like one of those cases of the only way you're going to beat Allison is with a hole out. And you really have to calculate it.
You could say it vice versa. I mean, rolls reverse is the exact same thing, it seems.
Gonna play for the break. Bit of a steep one, and it's gonna require a protractor. And he does. No problem at all. Perfectly put on.
For Allison, I mean, you give yourself that approach. This is a tap in. You don't even need to take that shot. Everybody in their right mind would give you that putt.
On to hole 3.
13 holes without a mistake between both of these two players, as it's quite the streak to watch. Par 3 on the 3rd hole of the course. 3-wood in hands, and where the pin placement has been, a lot of players have been keeping it to the bottom right of the hole, just below it. With how much approach you really get off that green with the shot, you don't need to overshoot it whatsoever, and I'm sure the target for both of these two is going to be smack dab center into that green.
We know this is one of the first challenging holes that we have here, along with 4, as being particularly difficult, not only in real life, but also in WGT. So with how this game is played, drive comes through. That is way off. Oh my goodness.
Oh no.
Whoa.
Oh no. So Young licking his lips.
This is doable, but he needs to place it very carefully. Recognizes.
And at this point, you don't even need to be aggressive at the hole. You give yourself a good lay. You look at the wind. You're shooting into the wind quite considerably.
He's going to go for the iron instead rather than the 3-wood. Recognizes, okay, I think I could do what Allison just did, but he just overshot by a mile. So the 3-iron comes through. Is it going to turn out? Gets the heartbeat.
Oh.
This might be done.
And that's it. I mean, 13 holes without a mistake. Allison puts it in the rough on the 3rd hole, par 3.
Needs to chip from the rough.
A chip in to keep this to a 22nd hole versus Young.
And this is the closest. I mean, we've seen Young falter, but the good thing about Young is that he recovers without a second guess. Allison has just been unstoppable and has not shown any signs of mistake at all for the past 13 holes. And now this is where we have to see him properly recover. And I don't mean just a long putt. I mean, like, you are going from deep. 23 yards.
Yeah, the pressure weighing down on you as you get Jay Smithers starting to warm up for USA. And Gerhard starting to warm up for Europe. Here's the chip from Allison. And it looks wide to the left.
Yep.
Opportunity to strike for Young.
No break.
And send us to sudden death.
Completely flat, all on Young, who is going to take his time. See where he needs to put it. He's just going basically straight in. Is this enough?
Wait on the putt, and he drains it. We're going to sudden death in the first ever Virtual Ryder Cup. Young's going to take the series versus Allison, and we call up the captains to finish the day.
And for those of you who need to be filled in, it is 4 points to 4 points. America and Europe are tied. And since that is the case, the tiebreaker scenario will be Jay Smithers versus Gerhard J1, who are the captains of the respective teams. We'll play a sudden death hole to see who will take the championship. Whoever wins a hole first, the chip will be going to that respective team.
And you have to think about the parallels across the day for somebody like Young in that moment. What keeps you away from finishing that in 18 is a 4.5 footer back on hole 7 that you barely miss. He goes all the way to 21 holes and you bang out a 19-foot putt. What a shot there for Young to put it away. Allison, such a tippable performance coming out from such a good golfer to push it the distance against one of the best, a championship winner out of Young. And even though it's been a long, long day of action, the action's not done yet.
No.
We get sudden death, Seb. We get a chance to see these captains take the stage once more. And we were looking at the standings there too, when we saw them. That is the only matchup for Europe that has been held to a 1 point difference in favor of Gerhard.
Basically how it went, Gerhard was able to just edge out on hole 17 to secure a lead against Jay Smithers, who up until that point had played fantastically. It was back and forth between the two. And so now Jay Smithers is like salivating at the mouth, being like, I need the run back. I need the run back. So he's waiting, and it will be, I mean, I can imagine it just ending on hole 3 or hole 4.
And you have to think about the history between the two of them just alone. I mean, all the way back to hole 11, Gerhard nearly holing out. That was a moment where you started to see the confidence shift in him. He ties it up soon after. All the way towards the end, you suddenly get that turn for Gerhard on hole 17, the closeout on hole 18, and Europe really pulling ahead in this moment. You had so many great players showing up for Europe today. I'm so impressed with the way that they've been playing.
Yes.
You even almost had a moment from Nono to bring things back.
Yes, it was so close,
Hacker. And if Nono wins that matchup, brings it back into the last couple of holes, Europe could have won this one outright. But instead, in the greatest fashion that you can ever ask for the inaugural Virtual Ryder Cup of 2025, we get a first ever historical sudden death.
Tiebreak will be on for the two captains. Hole 1 already underway to see who will take the championship here. And Gerhard coming in, according to his flag, from South Africa, against the American in Jay Smithers. We'll see Hole 1 should be relatively easy for them, but at this point, all bets are off.
All bets are off. All gloves are off at this point, as these captains have been waiting for this moment to bring things back. So a little bit of spin on the ball, top spin for this approach. See if he's going to leave it a little bit short for the roll up. And he's going to leave it a little bit short, but it's going to roll up towards the right. So putting from the top of the green. Jay Smithers now on his approach. Will he effectively look for the same? Not going to adjust the spin right away. So still trying to figure out where to place this ball.
Got to play for the approach right now. And Jay Smithers needs to get that beat. He's going to be taking his time. I can't imagine the pressure right now on both these two guys. I mean, that's why they're the captains. They're the experienced ones to try and get it on. Gets the heartbeat on. How close can he get this? Quite close.
And you see the handshake too, just the props from both captains. Not an easy putt from Gerhard, but one that we've seen him drain constantly back when these two were playing in the head-to-head earlier. So confidence early on, no need to line it up. A little bit of break from right to left, and Gerhard's going to drain that birdie.
This is something we definitely missed in our previous match. The chats, I think, and the friendliness between the two. Like, for example, that putt probably would have been forced to be made. But both these guys know each other. They respect each other as respective captains of Europe and the US alike. And so it should be, I mean, this will be a pleasant one, I think. Banger drive down the field. Excuse me, course, hole.
That's exactly where we've been looking at the target all day long for this hole too.
It's deceptively hard. Deceptively hard.
Especially when you're considering that you got to curve it into the trees, avoid the large oaks, and try to line it up for an easy approach. And
it'll let you know if you're not able to hit the tree. But I think for this one, it's just getting the right angle for this green approach.
And here for the target distance with moderate winds. Right to left. And just a little bit of topspin into the green for a ball to hopefully, and just short of it.
Touch wide. Quite wide.
And
not quite wide.
Not as mutter as I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to read, right? But they're managing pretty well. Jay Smithers, decent chance. I mean, you look at how Gerhard played this. Jay Smithers trying to do the opposite. Gets the heartbeat on. Could get quite close, actually. This is great. Oh, could have ended it all right there. On the hole out. So this one should be a relatively easy one for Gerhard. He's been playing pretty well as far as even from his last match. Probably will just sink this one in. No problem at all. 6 foot. Surely. So we go to hole 3. Go to hole 3. We're going to hole 3, and with it, I'm thinking it's gonna be a hard one. It's gonna be a hard one. We saw even just in our previous game how easy it is to completely mess this up, and now everyone's switching to the 3-iron. They're like, no, I'm not going to the wood. I'm not going to the wood on this.
Yeah, this is exactly where we saw the difference maker last time. Jay Smithers not wasting a beat off the tee block for a par 3. Nice approach right into it. A little bit of a roll, but a decent length on that putt. So now for Gerhard.
Who is going with the 3-wood.
hitting into the wind. No, you drop it down with it, and you want to make sure that you're keeping it into a very easy second shot for that birdie. You don't want to give too much into it. And again, a very quick just understanding of where to go. See where it lands.
Great shot. Heartbeat on. Gets past one. That's not... Oh, that's a good roll, though. That's a great
better
roll.
into it for Gerhard. So when you're kind of looking at this from a lineup of Jay Smithers, this is not a gimme putt whatsoever. So you look at it, although it doesn't break
flat.
too much. It's a very flat green. Let's hope there's no misreads on anything at all.
No shenanigans. Yeah, he's going to have to calculate regardless. He doesn't have the confidence that it's just going to be an easy putt like it may show. Yeah. Nice calc. 15
it's
feet.
Gonna break right off the bat of that putt.
Yep.
Really early.
That one grid.
And it's going to pull towards the end of the hole just to knock in. So
no
great
problem.
weight into a fantastic putt for Jay Smithers. Even from a distance, knock it in for a birdie.
Smooth. Not going to concede. Going to make him play it out. This is, I mean, there is a bit more of a break here, but I don't think there's going to be any difficulty. Yeah, he's just taking it. Beautiful. And we go to 4, which has actually also been difficult for a good amount of people.
Yeah, this is kind of where I wanted to see Ali take Young all the way into these next couple of holes, because deceptively difficult once you reach that green, but still chance to keep things exciting in terms of maybe holding out from those wedge shots early. So here we go for the par 5 in just over the bunkers into the fairway. Leaves you wide open to possibly attack this green, but it is not an easy one to go for.
Oh, we're chilling. Oh, we are chilling. This is immediate to open this one up. Remember, the big one, hole 4 will be on the approach, which is, again, surprisingly difficult at times. Especially with how much distance you have to cover for this approach. I mean, this is a very long par 5.
200 yards out, knock it down to a 3-iron and just try to sneak it, sail the bunker, roll it in.
It's a bit of distance from Jay Smithers. Gerhard can get a bit closer. This might be it.
It's a little bit less, so you might want to take the 4-iron here.
Yep.
Just in case, but no, you're going to go for the 3.
He's going to go for the 3. Is this enough?
Off the top and see if you can stick it closer.
Ooh, it might be. Oh, well, no, wow, okay. Too much spin, was able to let it go to the far end of the green. And look at that putt.
And even looking back at the history of these two, the putts weren't the cleanest in these clutch scenarios, but a putt like this, incredibly difficult to read that range.
For both of them, really.
Downhill.
It's not as if Jay Smithers is right next to the hole either. He has to actually play from a decent amount of yardage.
But if you sink this, if you're Gerhard, that's going to put some pressure onto his shoulders. Man, I gave it a decent break. As you can see that it even breaks the entire way.
He's gonna go for it here.
Good amount of weight on that putt downhill.
Having a lot on the line for this one. Is there enough to it? Is it good enough? It is! Beautifully done for the Eagle for Gerhard, and now it's on Jay Smithers. Can he keep it going? Can he extend the match, or will the title go to Europe here?
A 22-foot putt, plenty of break. Pressure's on for the American captain. Looking for that 5th hole, looking to extend this sudden death even further. If not, Europe will be your Virtual Ryder Cup champions. Plenty of time to take if you're Jay Smithers on this read.
And I think he's kind of benefited from the fact that he doesn't have a ton of breakage, but it's still so far.
It's not as much of a read as you would get from Gerhard, as you would hope to get from Gerhard off of his putt, but
yeah, he needs to take this time.
It's still going to be a decent amount of break, though.
He needs to take as much time as possible. Gotta bring out the calc. Does he see it? Knows that's just gonna be a hard right to left.
Decent weight on the putt. Does he have the
Is it
break?
enough?
Does he have the read?
No!
It's gonna miss wide. Have yourself a moment, Gerhard. You crown yourself a champion in sudden death, and you finish things off to be the inaugural Virtual Ryder Cup champions. Europe taking the title IRL, taking the title online. That is quite the day of golf that we had.
The two-time in 1 year, Europe fighting tooth and nail through every single match. Dominant victories, tight victories, but Gerhard, the captain, edges out Jay Smithers once again in a insane 33, 35 foot hole for a putt. It was incredible to see.
I mean, it was quite the day just overall for everybody. Going to a sudden death between the captains. That's a historic moment for WGT, for the inaugural Virtual Ryder Cup. And you can see from start to finish, back and forth across both countries, an exceptional play from everybody. And you just have to give some respect to the entirety of this Europe team and what they were able to accomplish, starting with Susie and Gabriel in that alternate shot match, 5 up over their counterparts on the other side. That set the expectation for this team, and they did not disappoint.
Not at all. And to every single one of the winners, a huge congratulations. All of you contributed to this win in one way or another, but also to the American side, a brilliant performance top to bottom. It takes 2 to tango in a fantastic tournament like this. You guys played your heart out up until the very end. So kudos to you.
Yeah, it's a heartbreaker for USA for the amount of sheer fight that they gave across the board for every single match that we saw. But I mean, all the way down to the end, over extra rounds for Young versus Allison, extra rounds in their second alternate shot match as well to give themselves that chance.
Exactly.
You lose that on the 18th hole, you don't even get the sudden death between the captains.
And how close was Allison just to walk away with it all? Young had to make clutch putt after clutch putt all the time, and still it was Gerhard who made the final clutch putt.
And that putt is just incredible.
I need a replay of that.
To read, for the end of it. But again, I just want to appreciate everybody that stuck around across the day to cheer on their respective countries. A big shout out to WGT as well for hosting this, the first tournament back since the long break that we did have. And it did not disappoint whatsoever. And the first of what I hope is going to be many Virtual Ryder Cups to put on through this game.
If they're even half as good as this one, I am very confident for the future of this tournament. But for the time being, a huge thank you, of course, to you, the audience, who've stuck around and watched all these matches from start to finish since we started today. A huge shout out to production for throwing an incredible event. A huge shout out to you, Colin. You did great. You did awesome. And then, of course, to WGT. Go play it. It's super fun. You can reenact basically all of this. You can play in Bethpage Black and have a great time. But for us, we will be saying, have a good night.